about the devil town. And all my friends were vampires. Didn't know they were vampires. Turns out I was a vampire myself in the devil town. I was living in a devil town. Didn't know it was a devil town. Oh Lord, it really brings me down about the devil town. We have sinned so many times before. We see no need to turn back now. We're the world, the wicked world, marching to hell. We know what we're doing. We're marching to hell. Come and join us. Have some fun. Dance and joy beneath the neon light. We're the world, the wicked world, marching to hell. We know what we're doing. We're marching to hell. We're the world, the wicked world. We do whatever we please. Forget your cares, sow your wild oats, and sin is a wonderful disease. Lie and steal, it's alright. We have no worry for tomorrow, 'cause we're the world, the wicked world, marching to hell. We know what we're doing, we're marching to hell. We're the world, the wicked world. We don't believe in God, we don't believe in anything. We find that idea to be rather odd. We pain ourselves as our bodies start to decay. We're getting closer every day. We have sinned so many times before. We see no need to turn back now. 'Cause we're the world, the wicked world, marching to hell. We know what we're doing. We're marching to hell. We know what we're doing. We're
Marching to hell.
Cup 2, 3, 4. Cup 2, 3.
We know what we're doing. We're marching to hell. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another Sunday fun day in your own little devil town that you're in. Oh, I woke up a bit ago and did some chores. Don't have anything planned until later, so I thought I'd come on here to see if anyone wants to chat or just entertain you for a little bit. Anybody here? Hey, Techno Kid. Can you hear me okay? Greetings, Plasmagnetics. Yeah, this is that kind of awkward stage where, like, I just kind of wait around. How long are you going to be online? I'm not really sure. Maybe a little bit, maybe a long bit, maybe a middle bit. All right, thanks. It really depends on who wants to come on here and talk, because I really can't talk all by myself for that long. I guess I could. I mean, I'm sure you've seen my hour-long videos, so I just want to spread some love and positivity on your Sunday. You know, all that good stuff. Well, as we wait for someone to come on, if you have anything you want to talk about in the comments, let me know. Hello from Finland. Well, hello there. How is Finland? It's really close to Funland. That was an old amusement park around where I live. I used to go to as a kid. Now, of course, with every good thing in this world, it's demolished and torn down. Big Andy, what's up? I'm just passing by. Need to shower, cook something to eat. Then I will head with my mother's car to parking lot of the mall. Then I will be able to come online and talk. Okay, cool. If I'm still here, you're welcome to join. It is fun. The sun is shining, and I ate a delicious donut. What kind of flavored donut do you like? I don't really eat donuts. I used to back in the day. I don't really do sugar. It just doesn't sit well with me. Even though as a kid, I loved my Mountain Dew. Oh my God, I was addicted to that thing. I can't really drink sodas anymore. I don't really eat sugary things. Well, occasionally I will. But if I do it for too much, it gives me a stomach ache. Hello from Lancashire. Hello, Adam. Banana flavored donut? What the hell? I've never even heard of such a thing. I don't like banana flavored things because usually they're artificial. So I don't know if that's the same as the donut you have. Is there a way to join? Yeah. Oh shit. Is this Rebellious Meat Puppet? Hell yeah. Alright. There's a link right here. You just click that link and you're good. Like him, hate him, whatever it is, you can't prove him wrong. You can't do it. Personally, I really enjoy Rebellious Meat Puppet. He's helped me a lot on my journey to perceive this shit show of a world that we're in. Yo, JC, what's going on? Keith, welcome. Thanks for joining. You there?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Hold on. I'm trying to get myself situated here.
You take your time.
Really? Are we doing this? All right. I can't hear you yet. And my computer's doing weird shit.
Matrix interference.
Okay.
Can you hear me? JC says, when are you going to start doing something about this hell realm? Like,
Yeah,
are we
hold on a
supposed to do
second. I'm trying
something
to
and not
hear you in
just talk?
StreamYard. And for some reason, I'm not hearing you in StreamYard. I'm hearing you on the internet. So there's a delay. And I haven't done this in a little while, so I might be doing something stupid and not realizing it. So
Just
give me
shut
just a
out.
second.
Okay, no problem.
I'm
Just close
sorry. I
YouTube.
didn't realize I was going to be a technical Luddite today.
It's okay. Just close
Why don't I
YouTube.
hear anything? You know what? I'm going to leave and come back. I'm gonna jump off and jump back in. So sorry about that.
All right, that's all good. All good. JC, what am I supposed to do besides just talk? I mean, that's what everyone does is just talk. But I mean, me personally, it's about the inner work of of freeing yourself internally, so that the day that which you will die, however it may be, are you able to see this world for what it is and totally reject it, and if you can, fucking destroy it or join us if it's possible to bring this place down or to fucking get the hell out of here. And if it's all delusional, then oh well, you know, at least internally we came to the conclusion that this place is evil and wrong and we don't want anything to do with it. My name is an acronym for something. I don't know. I'm not sure. First thing I think of is Trump. Some Edward guy shit. Or some euthanasia campaign. Yeah, but that's not going to solve any. It's just going to solve your predicament, which is, I mean, that's fine. That's great. But it's not going to change the world.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What the hell is this? Literally, I was just sitting here. I hit the button, and it sings this song, testing the speakers, and it sings it in my ear. And then I hit join, and all of a sudden I can't hear through my Bluetooth. That's strange.
It's matrix interference. Always trying to.
I'll figure it out. Hold on a second. Maybe I'll just change it to my speakers and fuck this Bluetooth.
I don't know. I was blocked by this restless Muppet. I guess he didn't understand my sense of humor. I don't know what that means. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, something weird's happening because I can't hear shit. Bitch off. Can you hear me? Can I hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Technical difficulties.
What the hell is this? Why is this happening?
If this world is like a simulation computer game, wouldn't you rather learn to play the game? Maybe even make some mods to change the things around you? Yeah, that'd be great. But all in all, I'm tired of playing this game. I don't want to play this game. But if I have to play the game until the day I die, then yeah. If you know any mods to glitch the system, then let me know. But you know, all I've found out is those don't really exist or doesn't really change much of anything. Just makes you maybe a little more comfortable in your jail cell, which I mean, it's fine if that's what you want. Hey Trey. Yeah, he's having technical difficulties, so it's just me. He may return, hopefully. Looks maxing for once.
All right, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you through the live stream. I literally have to listen through. I don't know what the hell's going on, but anyway, we'll see how this works.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me.
Why don't I hear anything? Like Literally, do I have to reboot my computer? What the fuck is going on? Dude, this is really crazy what I'm experiencing right now.
I believe it. This is a fucking wacky world, man.
What the fuck is this?
They're messing with you, man. They're messing with
This
you.
is
They want your
fucking
loosh.
crazy.
They want your loosh. Chaco!
Can you hear me?
What's up, Chaco? I can hear
Is
you,
there
yeah.
an echo?
No echo. Do you have two mics open?
All right, this is weird. No, seriously, something's fucking happening because now there's like a 20-second delay in my voice.
Yeah, usually you just click the link and it works. I don't know why it's not working for you.
I'm gonna log off my computer, reboot the fucking thing, and try one more time.
Yeah.
I know. I've done this a lot.
Yeah, log off and come
Yeah,
back
I'm gonna
on.
reboot my computer.
All right, we'll be here.
I'll be back in 3 to 4 minutes.
Gotcha.
See ya.
All right, bye. Yeah, the link's there if you want to come on. I mean, he's the only one that clicked it, so, which I love hearing from him. Yeah, when Chris does that, it's hilarious. I don't know why he started doing that, but it's funny. Probably some glowies in your block, tampering with your hardware, perhaps. Anything's possible in this realm. Objective reality. What's going on?
What's going on? Well, you know, Joshua, last live stream I was talking about the self-exit stuff. Now, look, man, well, just talking around, yapping around, and not really progressing anyway, you know? It's the fact of the matter is that, yes, if you look into insider information about what's to happen from next year and so on, this world will be unlivable soon. It will be unbearable to stay in because you will be under surveillance by digital dictatorship and all that stuff. And the government will try and link all of your information to this AI database. And your life will be controlled by biometric surveillance and fucking AI. You know? There's going to be drones and bots flying everywhere, surveillancing you to see if you fucking paid your carbon tax, to see if you've gone out your 15-minute town or city or whatever. Water rations are going to be made, you know? Food's going to be poisoned more. Like, I'm telling you, I'm just picturing the future ahead of time. And there is no future, you know?
There is no future, you're right. No future.
Yeah. So we need to get to the point here. You know, the only solution I see is exiting, is deletion, as in a group, in like a proper organized group, because we can maybe stand more of a chance in the afterlife in a group, and again, right? Because imagine you go solo. How many people have done this solo, and yet everyone is still stuck and this realm is still fucking running? So it goes to show. You know,
Yeah.
we can obviously be
So,
stuck.
so what would be your idea?
What would be my idea?
Yeah.
We just organize a fucking self-deletion event, a proper one.
So you're saying
I
like
don't know, something
all
like-
meet up and then have a means to exit and then fucking go ham on these demons and the astral.
Oh yeah. It needs to be somewhere like very like private though, like somewhere in the middle of nowhere, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I've thought about that, and I mean, it could be the best solution. It could be.
It is the best solution. It is observably the best solution.
Yeah.
Realistically speaking, yeah.
Yeah. The only problem is like pressuring people who may not want to or aren't ready yet. You know,
Look, Joshua,
and like kind of fear mongering about it.
once someone comes along that path, past that border, you've agreed into it. Like you need to like do like proper assurance that this person will be agreeing to do it properly, because otherwise the plan goes to shit.
So if you
It's
did it on
simple
your
as
own,
that.
if you did it on your own, you don't think that you'd be able to get out or do
Oh,
anything?
Joshua, isn't it blatantly obvious? This rum has been going on for billions of years. They've been trapping people here for ages, right? If
Yeah,
you
but when
go
I look
solo,
around, when I was out earlier today, and I mean, no offense to like the general population, but they are, how can I say this? Dumb. They are dumb. They've been dumbed down
I
to
know,
such a degree. It's fucking
I
sad.
know, it's crazy, and this
It's
is the
so
problem.
sad.
There's only a limited edition of us. That's it. That's finale.
Yeah, because
It's
you can just look at somebody and you can tell by their appearance, what they're wearing, how they're how they're carrying themselves. What it's just you can just feel it. You can feel that they have absolutely no clue and are so stuck in the five senses human world and really don't know anything other than, oh, I need to find a mate. Oh, I need some money. Oh, I need to have a social group. Oh, I need to start
regardless.
drama with my friends.
They
I
will do
need
what
to.
they do regardless. So
It's like, oh
I've
my
learned this from
god.
experience. They're programmed to do what they're going to do, and this is just how it is. Realistically, objectively speaking, there's only a limited amount of us which will stay together, and that's finale, man. You know, there's not going to be any more motherfuckers waking up. It's a very ultra rare occasion that some will wake up, and even if it did, it's in a very small amount of a percentage for us to fucking dominate this realm or be the ones who gain our freedom or and whatnot. There's many layers to this shit. This shit gets worse than what we think it is. Trust me.
Yeah, I really know that the Hylic term, or you want to call them NPCs, whether they're spirited beings or not, I know that they're in such a dumbed down state that there is absolutely no helping them see anything at all.
Well,
And
listen, the
and
problem is
Keith
we
even
need
talks
to.
about this as well.
Can you hear me?
I
Yeah,
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear.
Am I echoing or anything?
Yeah, you
Nope,
are.
sounds good.
Okay.
So,
I've
what's your
had
opinion on So, objective reality brought up a group self exit. I'm not promoting that, or I'm not against that. I'm just asking what your opinion would be on that.
You're just scared of the lawful precautions, like in case like some FBI agents bust on your door because you're trying to organize it. That's the problem here, Joshua. I can see it well. It's fine, but
I think it's insanity for anybody to come on the internet and try to tell people to mass fucking kill themselves.
bro, listen. If some people want to just exit in a group because it makes them feel more comfortable, then so be it, right?
Well, then what would possess any rational human being to put that into the collective conscious?
Collective
Just,
conscious, dude. This world's gonna get worse about a year. Are you crazy, bro? Like, have you been reading what's going on lately with the fucking agenda they're trying to push?
I'm
Like, this
acutely
is
aware,
unbearable
dude.
to live
It
in, bro, in
just
the next
seems
few years.
insane
I'm
to
being
me.
realistic here, man.
All
The
right.
internet's full of insane people. It seems
Insane
insane
people,
to me.
dude. This is a rational reason, dude. This is like last resort type shit because it's gonna get so unbearable to live in this realm soon, bro. What the fuck, dude?
All right,
Here's the thing.
let's have a proper discussion. Okay, so
Yeah,
Keith,
yeah.
you
I don't
talk.
disagree with you.
Objective reality. Don't talk until he's done talking. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't disagree that all the stuff that you said is going on. We could sit here and unpack that for hours. But it just seems kind of crazy. That's all I'm saying. I say a lot of crazy shit myself. So don't take it the wrong way, objective reality. It just seems fucking crazy to come out and say, let's consider mass collectively offing ourselves. It opens up so many questions about what the fuck are we doing and perceiving in and about this reality if we're all that are awake brought to a collective awareness that maybe like this is I don't mean it in a critical way. This is fucking lunacy. And I'm laughing at it at the same time. I'm sorry if that came off as me being critical of you because that was not my intention.
I mean, listen, I can be able to take critical responses. It's fine. Look, many people have reasons to want to do a group self exit, right? If it is down to the individual that they want to do it, it's up to them. right? It's just, of course, you know, if you're going to make a serious plan like this, you need to stick and agree with it, right? Like, you can't be fucking just running around, coming there and saying, I don't want to do that, because otherwise that's going to affect the group and the security of the group. So it's down to the individual if they want to exit. They have to be one way or it, you know?
I certainly understand what would drive a human to those places if even contemplating that, because I've been driven there and the whip is continuously cracked on me in that spot. Do you want to just do it? Do you want to just do it? Because for me, it doesn't seem like there's any way out of the position that I'm in. There is no hope and all that nihilistic shit. Yet I still haven't brought myself to do it. And I'm not like salivating. So I don't know. Something really fucked up is going on here, where when conscious and sentient beings that really have had all they can stand, they really want out and recognize that that's where you got to go to get out. Oh, this shit can bring you to the edge of, I don't want to say sanity, but it's crazy how this is working. And it's crazy. I think we're being manipulated by an alien species, to be quite honest with you. And this whole concept of God and all this stuff is just one of the tools they use to manipulate us. And it's anybody's guess if any of what we've ever been told about this benevolent stuff and the journey of the soul is ever actually true, or if it's just part of the shit they've been telling us to, you know, keep the humans finding some reason to spiritually please God or something. And when you realize the Kardashev scale, when you realize that they're just advanced being.
The problem is...
Go ahead. Sorry.
There is no actual hope. You know, when you realistically just observe what's going on in actual reality, instead of just and searching what leads to nothing. You're in a reality where there's 500 million plus elites running this fucking shit, and they own your ass. And like, they own this realm, they have the controls over it. This place is not in any form of way gonna get better. It's the reality, right? It's
It would certainly appear that way.
No, it is that way. It's not appearing that way subjectively, like theoretically speaking, right? Hypothetically, no, it's realistic. There is over billions of slaves, and there's only less than 1,000 of us, or way less. The ratio is too fucking big, man. We are out-dominated by these motherfucking demons, man. And I'm telling you, I've been going around this cycle of just thinking about what the future is going to be like. I know what it's going to be like, and I can't fucking bear to witness it. I don't want to witness it after 2027 or whenever they're going to start pushing in shit more, as in more surveillance, more restrictions, because I'm telling you, it's... The moment they start fucking, you know, rationing your water supply and destroying it, which they already are, by the way. They already are building data centers, and they're still going to get their military drones out.
Your audio's echoing, apparently.
Really bad, actually.
It's echoing badly, man.
Yeah. So the only problem what you're saying is it's producing a sort of fear into someone's mind that they have to do something, and if they don't do what you're saying, then it's going to produce more fear, and that fear mongering is going to push them to do something they're not ready to do.
Joshua, here's okay. Let's think of this warfare type style, military grade type style. You understand me? Yeah? We are at war.
Is his mic
We
still
have
echoing?
been at
Because
war. Yes, it's really bad. It makes it really hard to hear.
We have to worry.
Hey, can you fix your mic before you continue talking?
And you know, if you guys want to go on this, then okay. But I didn't come up about this kind of like stuff.
Yeah, of course. Hey,
He's gonna
talk about. Go ahead.
He's gonna ram this perspective. Everybody.
Oh, your audio is messing up now. Yeah, this is just one topic. Okay, we can change the topic whenever. And Keith, if you want the floor, go ahead. Like, we can talk about what you want to talk about.
I just don't think anybody's in the mood for having, hey, let's all consider mass suicide because it's going to get really bad, ram down their throat, and let me tell you why this is what it is.
It's about keeping it realistic, right? You have to worry about the external factors. You have
So
to,
there,
mate.
so there is no evolution here. There's no good thing.
There's no revolution in this place, dude.
Well,
A
here's the thing.
thousand of
We're
us
all on
versus
an
500
individual
billion
journey.
beasts is not realistic, dude. We are
All
fucked.
right, Keith. Tell us why you think what you think. Go ahead.
I think is that we're being controlled by an alien species. When you really, really, really start looking at shit, it all fits too much. And everything that we've ever been told turns out to be a lie or a big lie with little. I'm echoing. Why am I echoing so much? I'm outside away from everything. Like my laptop's inside, so I'm not feeding into my own laptop. And I keep hearing myself in my ear.
Chat.
Somebody's
Can
got their
you?
mic open. Somebody's got their mic open while they're not talking. And it's feeding, and whatever's coming out of their speakers is probably feeding into the mic. It's a thought, I guess.
All right, let's see. All right, is it better now?
I can't hear myself on my own. Everything has been echoing, me and you, and I'm outside away from my laptop. I'm on Bluetooth. There's all kinds of narratives they give us. There's the spiritual stuff and the growing of your soul. There's the Abrahamic God and the wrathful thing he is. There's the archons and the demiurge, all these damn narratives. Out of all of them, the Anunnaki stories seem to be most plausible. We get this whole made in the likeness and image of. I'm echoing again. I don't know how that's working. Somewhere, something's feeding into a mic.
They said it seems better now.
It just seems to me, the more I've thought about it, and I thought I recently took something about the Kardashev scale and really started to think, and I'm like, man, it's not some movie put by the tribe to influence our minds. It's just somebody with a creative enough mind and is thinking into various stages of evolution of species. The Kardashev scale is one, you're using the power of your own stage.
We're having really technical difficulties here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Your voice is like going into like robot.
Am I hearing badly, guys, or is my mic okay?
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
But when I started to see that and started to realize that along with the amount of power that they're using, their advancements are a lot more. When you start looking back at some of the stories of the Atlantis and the high technology that was going on there, we very well may be, quite literally, an experiment of a slave creation of. There's a few flavors that could fit, or all of them, where something much more advanced than us that actually we look like, not that looks like us, that we look like. And it's hard to wrap your mind around and really accept, but those of us that are awake enough to consider it, it's like, oh my God, tell me it ain't true, but it looks like it could be very much that. That what we would call psychopathic, what we would call dark triad, what we would call these really unpleasant psychological profiles are the types of beings that are manipulating the whole species and then using humans upon the earth to do it. Our reality is so fucking different than what we've been told that some of what these advanced beings very well may look like us and could walk among us and be literally running the systems on the earth, and we literally don't know it. When you really get down to the fact that we don't know nothing when we're born, to the point where we have to be taught to wipe our butts as children and all that other basic stuff, we know nothing, so there's no frame of reference any of us could have. This guy that's talking about doing the mass thing, like every other thing he's saying, I'm not even going to have a doubt for what he's saying. It is that they are doing these types of things. It is a zero-sum game. What does that leave awakened humans to do? I would suppose it's everybody's individual journey to figure out how they want to, deal with what we're experiencing. Clearly, there isn't anything coming to help us or save us or give us any answers short of what we can figure out for ourselves. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I've gone over this thing about spiritual growth and all that stuff and keep searching and this and that, but it just leads to an absolute despair of where you're just running around
In
the
circles?
same path. You know, yeah, you run around in circles and it just gets tiring, and it's a case of,
You're right.
I've explained before, right, about
You're right.
I mean, Reaper. I mean, Bliss has explained this before, right, in his other videos about how we are just having a carrot stick to our nose, and we're pretty much just chasing the tail continuously with subjective hope of, okay, there could be another reality, you know, past the ice wall, or in Atlantis or Garth or whatever the fuck. But are we there? No, we're not there objectively. No, we're here in this fucking reality. We need to focus on what we're in now and where the fuck we are first, objectively, before we
Yeah.
fucking start talking about anything subjectively, because this is the problem. There is no hope. There isn't. I'm sorry to say, there's not going to be a fucking shining man coming out of the sky and saving us. The elites aren't going to stop what they're doing. There's still going to be more slaves reproduced. Okay, we are in
Doesn't mean there's no
lockdown
hope.
of these fucking zombies.
Somebody could
We are
find
in a
something.
We are in a lockdown of these fucking zombies, man, and it's the only way I see the true escape is either you go past, I don't know, you maybe go deep underground to find some teleportation portal to get the fuck out of it to another realm, or go past the ice wall, or start fucking flying to the sun. I don't know at this point, because this realm is just so restricted. I'm like,
Do you know who Damien Eccles is?
no.
He does magic. He was one of the Texas 4, or he was, as a kid, the dude went to prison for a long time, got out, and his thing on YouTube is teaching people about magic and parts of reality. And this guy did a video where he was explaining that through working through his ceremonial magical rituals over the course of a couple of years, he started to find and tried to climb his way out. You'd have to watch the video. I'm probably doing it a bad description, but he got to a certain point where he understood what Leviathan was, and that somewhere there's this technology that he encountered where he found this light. It felt like something he wanted, and then found himself back in here. And what it alluded to, what he was pointing at, was the fact that there's work that we have to do here that helps us in our quest to leave the type of reality we're in when we die. And that if we don't do the work, there's so many traps and pitfalls that they have set up out there for us that will just, oops, you forgot about that one, and it'll suck you back in. So if we're not doing some sort of work to learn things that could be necessary for us to understand once we cross over, we're probably just going to stay in the loop of birth, life, re-death in this fucked up reality, versus taking the time. Hold on a second, almost done with the sentence. Versus taking whatever time we can with what life we do have, learning about as much of this occult stuff as we possibly can. And because without that, what are we going to be armed with when we die that will allow us to make any different choices or navigate in any better way? I'm going to guess somehow that will come from whatever we put into it in this life. It's a theory. How can I prove it? That's the end of my thought train.
In regards to what you're saying about we're going to put in the work and all this stuff, well, doing the same exact exam 50 times over, just with different wording and different paragraphs and aspects, which is what we're doing in this realm. Everything, the occultist knowledge you're talking about, the secrecy or whatever it is, it's restricted elsewhere, right? We don't even have access to it. We are limited, and we are running around in a limited bubble, doing the same things over and over. We're not actually making a +1 and moving our foot forwards with this work you're talking about, the spiritual growth.
If I may,
we really aren't. And you know, it's when we're talking about
one
magical
thought, dude.
stuff.
One thought I want to offer you. Your mind sounds like you're a highly tuned in individual. You sound like you have high levels of intelligence, and I'm not saying that to pander to you. I mean that, or you wouldn't be saying the things that you're saying and have extrapolated what you have. But with that intelligence, make sure that you don't convince yourself to the point where you rule out any other possibility, even leave a sliver for something else, just because we don't know. And it's likely it's going to be something that is going to be so wildly off of what we would ever think. So just keep that little sliver, that the door somewhat cracked for the possibility that something that you didn't account for could be going on here. That's all I'm suggesting. I'm doing the same thing, man. I see all the same shit you do. We could unpack it all for hours, and
All right,
probably
Keith,
disagree.
explain how what you're talking about has gotten you to a point of awareness that now you may be able to better understand what the fuck to do once you get out of here.
Well, in the last handful of years, I've been in such survival mode. I haven't had the time to settle into life and start that journey again that I was doing before I wound up homeless, of learning the occult and learning magic and ceremonial magic and ritual magic and all that other stuff that is the human's effort to cross the boundary into the other worlds, the other realms, and connect to whatever it is that's manipulating this reality. You know, I came to a hard stop on a lot of that learning and stuff because of being cast into friggin' homelessness, exiling from California. It just put the kibosh on the whole thing. And as time has gone on, though, I still listen to other people, and I hear Eccles say what he was saying. I'm like, what are the odds? That's the path I was kind of on. And then boom, something just took my legs out from underneath me. Fuck you, meat sack. You're not learning that. It almost is like maybe that is a direction that we need to go. Something really went out of its way to knock me off that path. So I firmly believe that if we don't put in the work, if people don't believe it, that's fine. It's something that seems to be the most plausible to me. If I find out I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That without the work to acquire the knowledge that would lead us to something or give us something that we wouldn't have when we die, that allows us to make a different choice, navigate, make it something that we probably stand little to no chance. So I don't know. I mean, unless you have specific questions, it really does seem like a zero-sum game here. So the only thing you really can do is, in my humble opinion, this is just the opinion of one sack of flesh, is spend the rest of your life educating yourself in as much as you can to the things that it's clear they don't want you to know. There's a reason they don't want you to know that. There's a reason they've done everything they can to traumatize us, to tear the world down and do what they've done. In spite of that, I mean, what other choice do you have? You can sit in a pit of, hold on a second. Hold on. You can sit in a pit of nihilism and despair. And
not nihilism. It's just about.
Hold on. I don't mean that in a negative way. I was going to say, because I've been there, bro. I fucking sat there and stewed and basted. And number one, you're never going to figure anything out from that perspective. And it just stinks, the stench of all that. It's all lost. If I have to mind fuck myself into thinking that there could be something beyond, okay, I will. Because, dude, the nihilism and the pit of despair and all of that soupy, dark, heavy energy just sucks, man. I don't want to live the rest of my life in that energy, even if everything you're saying and I'm saying is true, that it's a zero-sum game. Okay, you know. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? Look. When you listen to Reaper's videos or Shangel's videos, you really get
Your mic cut out if you're talking.
And stuff. It's all just theoretical, subjective.
You broke up, dude. You got to start over.
It's not reality. It's not. I'm sorry, dude.
You broke up, dude. You got to start over.
Hear what makes them feel good, man. It's, this is the harsh truth of it, right?
Wait a minute. Not everybody wants to hear what makes them feel good. The masses do. At some point, people with a mind like yours, a mind like mine, a mind like John's, a mind like nonconformist, he clearly fucking sees shit. It's just, there's so many people that are still stuck in that pit of despair that they're not willing to look at an evolutionary path. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's...
Right, this realm is absolute restrictions. It's realistic.
I get it. I totally get it. I can't even argue with you. You're right.
What you got in an absolute limited state is not really progression.
The only thing you can do there is then it's really a battle of mind over matter. At that point, it's a battle of mind over matter. The only thing that you have control over is your mind at that point.
Well,
It's like,
this mind
you
over
know,
matter stuff. This mind over matter
it's
theory.
true. Think about it. It's an example. It's just an example. You know that you ever see Rambo 2 when they put him down in the pit of cesspool and he was literally up to his chin and shit. The only way you're going to survive something like that, not come out completely twisted, is if you are strong and you do the mind over matter thing, because you're in a horrible situation, but you have a mind that you can control and direct. If you choose not to, that's fine. We all have that choice. It's just, seems to be what we've been reduced to. That's all. We seem to have been reduced to the fact that it is all that hideous out there. These things are happening. The only thing we have left is our mind. And seriously, there's something inside of us that they don't want us to tap. There's something inside of us that they don't want us tapping into. And isn't it strange? There's something inside of us they don't want us tapping into, which is why they distract us externally and do all the things they do. Yet somehow this reality is driving some of us back to a place where it's like the only journey left would be the one inside. If you don't think that's true or real, then okay, I can't convince you. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just a voice.
Me fantasizing about other worlds when I'm literally in this matter reality is basically.
Cut out again.
Your mic went out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your mic keeps going out, dude.
It's absolute bullshit. It's
Yeah.
This is the problem of this side of the spiritual community. Or
What? Yeah. If that's your opinion, it's fine. But I think what Keith is saying is actually very helpful.
I understand, dude, why you feel that way. I totally understand why you feel that way. It's why I'm not going to argue with you with any of the points that you're making. I fucking walked in the shoes that you're in now, and I get it. I 100% get it. But I'm just 30s or 40s or what, but I'm in my mid 50s. So my perspective, even through knowing all the stuff you're talking about, is one of, man, I just spent so much time in such a dark, heavy, thick, fucked up energy. I recognize all this shit. So the only thing I have the choice of is the direction of focus of my fucking mind. And if I'm going to, even if it's going to be for naught, try to rise above this shit in any meaningful way. And if you think that's an effort in vain, I understand. I fully get it. I understand why people who would be like, dude, you're wasting your time. Okay. I'm not trying to convince. I'm just trying to mentally stimulate as a thought experiment. What if in a certain sort of way? I can't live in that pit of despair where every day I'm going to be thinking, do I want to check out? It's too much of a horrible place to be. That's the one place that's sovereign for us is our minds when we gain control over it. So
yes.
Yeah, Nolan, do you have something to ask Keith?
Yes, I have a lot to say. First of all, I would say good morning, Joshua. Good morning, Objective Reality. Good morning, Joe. And most importantly, Keith. I want to say good morning because you made my mornings good for a lot of time. I have watched your videos for almost a year, almost been 2 years, and every single one I can, with my deepest intention and deepest intellect, I can say profoundly that it's full of wisdom and intelligence. Like, you're probably one of the most intelligent people I've encountered on the Truther community. So thank you, Keith, for doing what you do.
There's another guy you should probably look up. That's another. He's got a vastly polar opposite energy of me. He's just as smart. Hold on a second. He's just as smart. He may even be a lot smarter than me. He damn sure seems to have a lot more knowledge in certain areas than me. This Chuck Swindoll Jr. guy. This Junior, not his father, who's going to preach to you to give it up to Jesus. Chuck is the antithesis of that, and he's just another guy. He's in my age range. He's a ex-gen, highly awake, trying to teach, show, and explain certain things to people. However, his perspective is a lot more love and light. He believes in the more of the rainbows and fairy dust kind of energy. He stays in that. It's no criticisms. He's the opposite of he's a Gemini. He's really smart. So if you like listening to, he knows all the stuff I know, that Josh knows, that the English man that was just speaking, I forget it, I don't know his name but that guy, he knows all this stuff. And he's traced back the Khazarian mafia. He's traced it back to the Kantekians. He's traced it back to Atlantis. This dude will open you up and show you things and explain things to you. So consider that guy as well as somebody
Okay,
that would
sir.
be like manna for the mind.
Okay, Keith, can you share the link in the private chat? I will definitely look it up.
just
if possible.
Google
Sure.
it. Just on YouTube, look up Chuck Swindoll, Swindoll Jr. Chuck Swindoll Jr. He's an ex-gen dude with long blonde hair. Long blonde hair. He's always smiling. You'll find him. Trust me, you'll find him.
I will find it. I will make sure I will do it. And sir, Keith, I want to mention that yes, you mentioned about the perception, right? It's all about the perspective and perception. A rich person who is a billionaire who have never faced an adversity in his life would barely have any interest to look up the truth, any of the truther community about any of the soul trap stuff. But someone who has suffered a lot of hardship, trauma in his life would most definitely would look up a lot of. There's high possibility of him looking up for a truth. So it's all
People
about
don't-
perception. A blessing in disguise and about merits and
Hardcore
demerits. So
suffering. People don't realize that the hardcore suffering and the proverbial crap that my face and life have been ground into, whether I like it or not, and I don't. Do I want to kick the ass of what's done it to me? Sure. But I'll be damned if when I look back at it, as much as I can complain, say I hate God and all this other stuff, which is truly how I feel about it. Oh my God, did I learn some shit that I would have never otherwise known? So it's like, you can learn from that darkness. I didn't know that, didn't want it. And when you're down there in that shit, it's one of those hardcore life lessons that you'd never know, you'd never expect. Because here's the thing, nobody would ever want to go down there or be driven down there. And since it was like something drove my life into a pile of crap, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take every goddamn nugget of wisdom and experience that I can find from it, and I'm going to parlay it into trying to teach them on a grander whole what a horrible reality this is. You won't do this to me without me parlaying this knowledge and understanding into sharing it with some of these other people. And I know there's a lot that's come against me, and it'll do what it can to prevent anything that I'm saying to really spread and make sure an army of trolls and assholes and the Stevie Boys and all that other stuff plague my fucking online experience. But I don't care. I really don't care. There's so much that can be learned. And the sad thing is the vast majority of a lot of the people out there have no idea. So they see somebody who's down in despair in that pit and all, and they're like, oh, they won't listen. They'll mock, ridicule, and all. And it's like, you big dummies, you don't even realize that this is a place where some of the best stuff will actually come from, because flowers can, in a weird sort of way, excuse my French, Jonathan, on your channel, flowers can grow out of shit, It's fertilizer in a really fucked up sort of way. It fucking is. And I've just had so much shit thrown on me. I've started to realize that, anyway, I'll shut up now. I can talk sometimes.
Absolutely. Actually, I want to add something in regards to the statement which you've made regarding the perspectives and perceptions thing. You have to notice that it's sometimes light can also blind us. Sometimes having too much of a good life or a happy life can make us blinded to this reality that it's a good place or it's not a hell around or it's a prison. But you have faced a lot of adversity in your life, and even though you have fought them with a warrior spirit, which I am very commendable, which I highly respect about you. I have seen that you have endured a lot of trauma in your life, especially what happened in 2016 when during that, even in South America when you visited Brazil, right? Somebody was treacherous to you, and it has actually impacted you. And I'm very much very deep and sad about the story which you told about what happened to you. So, but I also am very commendable that you have actually fought it with with a brave heart and courageous heart, which is very.
It has benefited me none. It has benefited me none. If it's evolution for my soul, I don't know that. All I've tried to do in a very service to others kind of way is give what I learned from the experience, so the experience would never have to happen to them, so that you can learn from the shit that I was forced into, how things are working and what you have to consider and focus and do. The journey of the man. If you want to stay in the lower three chakras, animal man, look at what this world is and how it's designed to control you. Or you take control of your own sovereignty and your own evolution, and you rise above this fucking wretched beast system and become something more than they intended for you, because you have the capacity to. Because I really, as woo as this sounds, whatever we call gods, these advanced beings, We've got we have their genetics in us. We can become more than the stupid freaking animals they've intended for us to be.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir.
Maybe because some of us try to rise above the stupid animals they want us to be, and they're highly advanced, they have the ability to observe us and watch. Oh, you think you're going to rise above the animal, man? Huh? And we're going to beat the hell out of you. No, you're not, little humanoid. No, you're. But I say fuck you to them. Fuck you. I'm the kind of guy, dude, that you'd have to beat me unconscious before I stop coming at you. So they're going to have to beat me unconscious before I'll stop, or kill me, because I'm not going to let this world devour me in that way. And I'm just not. I'm not going to fucking sacrifice my morals, any of it. I'm not.
Yes.
And it's crazy because, dude, they can drive you to a place where you're like a dog in a corner showing its teeth, and you know you're a loving being underneath that, but you're showing your teeth because you're being driven into a fucking corner, and that which is doing it won't stop. And then when people see the dog that's showing its teeth, oh, put the dog down. No, it's not the dog. It's what's happening to the dog, and nobody seems to have enough compassion. Nobody seems to have enough compassion to kick the ass of the asshole that drove the dog into the fucking corner.
Yeah. It's the same law applies with the criminals, right? A lot of people who have been bullied in school, they won't take any action for those who have bullied. Like suppose a person who actually got a very traumatic thing which happened to him, like in his childhood or something, which has had a lifelong effect on him, and now he's on a rampage to kill everyone, right? Like we hear on the stories, like how people go on a rampage to kill everyone. They will take action against the person, the perpetrator, the culprit, but they won't take action against the people who actually was responsible for his mental state he is in right now.
This reveals the complexity of the human psychology and the compartmentalization of the human mind. And for those that are conscious enough to recognize that, then that's where our work is, to know ourselves and understand how we operate so that we can learn how to purge out that kind of traumatic bullshit and reconcile it so that we don't become a cancer unto our own species. This is ridiculous.
Absolutely.
What they can do to the human being when they traumatize the child, however, physically, emotionally, psychologically, sexually, neglectfully, and what that metastasizes into, and then whatever engineered us literally didn't give us innately those tools to manage our own complex psychologies so that we didn't turn into a cancer unto our own selves, our families. Therefore, if now somebody's gotten to a point where we realize this and is starting to say, now we have to start learning more so that they can't turn us into that. If we don't, look at where they're taking us and look at what they've been doing to us and what kind of condition they can put us in, all because they know what we don't about ourselves. Isn't that strange?
Absolutely. Yes, again, regarding that statement, it's interesting because it creates a dominoes effect, right? A small wrongdoings would affect on a large scale on the future timeline, right? Suppose if someone got traumatized in his childhood, would create a dominoes effect, the butterfly effect, which would in fact reflect on his future decisions, right? Like he can be a criminal because of all the things he has faced. And now again, and it also manipulates the free will, right? The free will of our consciousness, because the more our body suffers, the physical body, the human meat, the more we get, the more we get animalistic side of our nature.
Yeah, Keith, who is they? Quotation mark, someone said. If you want to answer that.
I think Keith is busy right now. I think Keith is...
Yeah. Joe, what's going on?
Hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Keith, you there?
My Bluetooth died, and I had to go back inside and switch my desktop mic. So now I'm off of Bluetooth. I sound a little different.
Keith. Yes, you're sounding good. You're sounding fine. Keith, I have a question. I want to mention something. I watched your channel like 2 years ago. I came across your channel, and it's so much irony, right? Like sometimes how the butterfly effect works, how dominoes effect works. Like I came to know about Joshua's channel and your channel, both from the Sanity Machine, like the King Stephen guy.
Don't bring that guy up, please.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk to you about that guy. I'm not going to have a conversation about him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
we're talking about real things over here, not petty drama bullshit.
Yeah, don't bring that thing up.
I apologize. I'm sorry for it, but I want to inform like it's how it works, the algorithm, right? It's so funny. Yeah. Keith. Keith, you were mentioning about the animalistic side, the red part, that lower three chakras, right? It's interesting. That's the Search of Satan guy, right? That Anton LaVey. He also mentioned that he wants all human beings to be on the animalistic side. Like they want everyone to be in the lower chakras, to be on the animalistic side, and not to be spiritually like awake and be like, violent or aggressive, like how the Matrix was designed to be, to keep us in this way.
Well, so that was one dude who started his church in the 60s. It's just a furtherance of this evil agenda upon this earth. That's all it is. Package it as Satanism, package it as whatever you want to. It's vile evil trying to destroy and degrade the humans that would tap into like a service to others type of being, where you actually have compassion and love and empathy for your fellow man and all that other stuff, versus this is something, another reason why I pointed out Chuck Swindoll Jr. He talks a lot about service to others. He'll call it STO versus service to self, that satanic framework of service to self, and that the vast majority of the world is service to self. The people that run the world are very much part of that. And it makes the world suck for everybody that's actually a good person inside. It's crazy.
Absolutely crazy, right? Like, yeah, you can be a very good spirit, like a very kind, generous, loving, understandable guy, and how this Matrix, manipulates everything in your timeline, in your lifetime, the decisions, the choices which you have to take without your own free will. Like, it literally drives you crazy.
Yeah, Joe, I see you chomping at the bit. What's going on?
Yo. Is my mic alright? Am I not cutting in or anything?
Sounds kind of low, but I can hear you.
Another thing, Keith. I want to compliment. Like, you literally have the best vocabulary by far I have seen in True community. Like, it's insane. Like,
actually, yeah. I have been in a very, how do I say this? For a lot of years, I was in a very dark place. And then the level of hardship that I've been dealing with has really made it so that my energy and my vocabulary has sucked. And as I've gone through and looked at my monologues, there's just so much I wish I could change about my delivery, but I can't. So it is what it is. It's like, dude, I don't know how to say it. If you know what a cattle prod is that can move a 2,000-pound bull because of the shock that it gives it, it was like I had one of those in a spiritual perspective shoved up my backside and turned on 10 and left there. And then I was shoved into a closet and forgotten about. It'll tend to make you a little touchy.
Yeah. Come on, it makes everything, man. Yeah.
All right, Joe, go ahead.
Is my mic okay?
Yeah, it's good.
It's fine. I want to ask another question to Keith. When is your YouTube channel coming back, Keith?
What's that?
When is your YouTube channel coming back?
Oh, hang on 1 second. Give me just 1 second here. I'm sorry. I need about a minute, maybe 30 seconds.
All right, Joe, go ahead.
Thanks for having me, guys. Greetings, everyone. I'm just going to start the topic off random. I like to talk about voice to skull technology and G-stalking and stuff. Free will is non-existent here because the human avatar is working against your will. What I mean by that is, like, I'm not trying to be dirty, but do you take a shit because you want to or because you're forced to? That's what I'm saying. Is like free will is non-existent here.
It's a forced participation realm.
You have the power of choice.
I mean, you have limited choice, sure. Like, I can choose.
It's predetermined.
You'll be constipated, and then it'll make you take a shit.
Yeah. My battery's on 2%. So I'm gonna keep it short, but
Joe,
I know I'm stuttering, but my personal opinion, and I think leaving the Matrix is, if this is some sort of false reality or simulation, then maybe it's like a server, and then maybe all of us need to leave. I'm not trying to coax people into mass self-exit. That's just my opinion.
Some sort of greedy and stupid Aryan type motherfuckers, you know?
So
Joe?
what's your opinion then, Joe? What do you think?
For me personally, I'm just gonna self-exit, and I know I keep saying that. It's just I've just had it with this fucking reality. It's just as Keith said, it's just backing me into a corner, and I'm showing my teeth, you know. And I know my bad for stuttering. I'm having difficulties communicating my ideas, but yeah, I think for me personally, I'm just gonna fucking leave, you know. Yeah.
So can you explain your self-preparation?
I don't have a method, but
We're not
all I
method,
know
but
is
like internally, like what do you find that's important before you do that kind of thing?
I have to get rid of the fear, and
Let me ask you a
And-
question.
You'd be an absolute fucking low IQ fool to believe that some fucking 5'5" brown short fucking mixed race mutt Jews can run the world. Come on, dude.
Let me ask you a
This is
question.
rocket science, dude. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Keith has a question for you.
Well, I'm
You mean
telling
me?
bro, from what experience, yeah, I feel like
Yeah, I think so.
business, like millionaires, billionaires, yes, they are the worst. Specifically the Dutch, I mean the Anglo-Saxons. They are the worst fucking criminal gangs out there. It's just the media hides everything and makes, you know, the non-Aryans like the worst of the worst. But when you actually have experience with these upper class Anglos, they will fucking treat you like the shit of this world and shoot and spit on you alive, these Freemasons.
That's all very true. Keith, you got a question?
Yeah, for that one dude that was talking about how he might do the thing. Through all of this, may I ask, just curious, what age bracket? What age?
Do you seriously believe they've
Hey, stop interrupting, okay? Please.
Dude? Are you for real?
Stop interrupting, okay?
It's not even, dude. It's not
be
even a question
respectful
to be
here.
asked. Just by looking at the observations. Come on, bro. Come on.
Let's be
They're
respectful
ruling
here,
the
okay?
Aryans, you know.
If you can't be respectful, I'm gonna have to kick you
Take
off.
a look at fucking history of the Anglo-Saxons. They were the upper class Anglo-Saxons hated the lower class Anglo-Saxons. They were all killing each other.
I'm gonna kick you off if you don't stop interrupting people. I mean, no offense, but we're trying to have a civil conversation with everyone
Civil.
able to say what they want without interruptions.
yeah. To answer Keith's question, I'm 24, and my phone's on 1%. Perfect timing.
Sorry, objective reality, but with that attitude and behavior and characteristics, I think it will be difficult for you to escape this realm.
He's in a dark place, man. Try to just let. I've been there. I that's why I'm not giving him shit. I've totally fucking been there. I know.
Yeah, I get it too, but we gotta
I
have
know.
a civil discussion. So
Yeah, the cold-blooded people, dude. Very, very cold-blooded. And they produce the worst serial killers, dude. Like, these motherfuckers are so unpredictable, like what they're gonna do next to you. You can predict what a non-white person is gonna do next because they show the facial expressions and they get emotional. However, Aryans don't do that. They're very sophisticated with what they do, man. They aren't stupid motherfuckers, man. Right? And I generally do think that Joshua might be a Fed or some sort of Gal Freemason connection for sure, because that guy is a bit sus in my opinion. And you'd never really realize and recognize that they're.
What'd you say about me being a fan of?
Do something bad to
Wait,
you. Like,
can
these
you
types of
explain what you
motherfuckers
mean
are
by
crazy
that?
being rude. I mean it.
He may not realize his mic is on. Are you talking to everybody, Objective Reality, or do you realize your mic is off or on?
Okay, well, I get it, but So Keith, why did you ask that question? What's going on?
I was just curious if I'm talking to people who were in their early 20s, 30s, 40s. It just, I remember where I was in my early 20s versus where I'm at in my mid 50s. The question I would have for the person that was in their early 20s is, how much time have you spent going inward, venturing inward?
Oh yes, for sure, for sure.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Exactly. Because of non-white criminals, they don't really care that they fucking stab or shoot someone in the street and get arrested, or like they do it in public. They don't care because they're stupid
Objective
animals.
reality.
What the
I
fucking
think he's
areas,
having a
they're very
conversation with
ingenious in
somebody
the way
else.
they do crime, man.
Yeah. Hey,
They
come on.
spend
We're
a
trying
long
to
time to get
we're
the
trying to
big
talk to
loots.
each other here, not
They
just have
don't
a.
go like getting short-term loot, like a few $100s there and there.
All right, I'm just gonna mute you for now until
Yeah, I
you,
was going to say you
till you
can
calm
mute
down.
him. I think he's having a conversation with somebody else and doesn't realize he didn't mute himself. Is what I think.
It's Joe.
Um,
He mentioned that he wants to take his own, L out.
And I just wonder how much time any of these people have spent connecting with themselves, going inward, the whole
Yeah.
inward thing. Because if there's one thing that life has brutally showed me, there's an awful lot more answers when you go inward. And I would be a
Mhm.
perfect living testament to that. It's literally been on display for multiple points of the last 6 or 7 years I've been online. I've pulled a lot of these answers to reality out of myself and through that inward stuff. And it's just like, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any end all be all answers to how to make it right, but there's just,
Mhm.
there's the Delphic Oracle said, all the treasure of treasures are within you. They've been doing a lot to shut us off. So what I'm suggesting is doesn't that reveal to people that there's an awful lot more in you than you realize? And since the world hasn't taught us that, that's a journey we all have to go on. And if this world is what this is, maybe we were put in a level of hell that we don't realize, and that something's testing us, something's forcing us to evolve out of this fucking place. And if we don't put in the work to rise above it, to be good people, to whatever it might be, even if we're standing on that rock of Gibraltar by our friggin' selves, then I'll die on that rock and on that hill by myself.
Hey, here's a
Keith,
question, Keith. Here's a question, Keith. So, I've noticed that the mass majority of people in this realm are incapable of doing that. So, what makes us different, and why is there a difference?
Maybe our spirits are different. Maybe we come from a different haplogroup. Genetically, we have something in us. It's any number of wild and woo speculations as to how or why. And if we looked at all of us, we'd probably all come from such wildly varying backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, economic backgrounds, and all that other stuff. But I'll guarantee you one thing we all have in common, probably most of us, probably 80+% trauma in young adulthood, your young life, childhood, shit like that. That seems to be one of the things the good ones get. That seems to be one of the things that those that are, I don't know, something different. It's like you're going to be born into a family that's going to do horrible things to you in one way or another. We all get it to different levels. And I don't know. There's so many questions I still have. Yes.
Keith, actually, when you mentioned about that, I used to hear about the story which you used to describe about your early life, and I actually was like, literally, I was weeping the way you have to endure a lot of trauma in your childhood, the things which you have to go through. So yes, I just want to mention it.
I'm one of many. There's lots of people that are born into narcissistic families.
Yes, sir.
This happened, and they just go through their whole lives not knowing it. I figured it out and then realized that was my fate. And then on top of that, when I looked at my birth chart and saw that blueprint, I was like, I'll be damned if something didn't fate me for this. And then when I started looking at what that opened up in my life, like birth somebody to two parents that will not love them, that literally defies the entire human script of what a human child needs and all that other stuff, then that energy and that type of trauma will imprint the child that when they grow into an adult, they'll likely be attracted to unconsciously. They won't even consciously know this. Tyrone the Sun God, is that what's his name?
Yeah, what's up, man? This is me. I came on, I think, like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that was what's his name. Anyway. So, man, a lot of people get all that horrible shit. I just got pissed when I started to realize that this is actually fated, and I've got no answers for it. When you can pick it apart yourself and realize that something fated you for what you got, and that you don't have any way of knowing how to
actual proper organized philosophical debates. Like Joshua.
All right, man. Hey, I'm gonna kick you if you don't stop. Seriously, like we get your point. We all understand it. We're there too, okay? But people are talking and sharing their opinions. Go ahead.
I forget where I was. So while I was awakening at a different level, while I was in that dark night, specifically in the abyss of the dark night, I'm looking back at my life after figuring out what the cluster B is, figuring out what narcissism is, then tying it into my chart, realizing that I was fated for that. And I'm like, something, oh my, when I put all that together, my brain almost melted, because I'm like, how do you do anything with that? That, I mean, I still short out when I look at that, because whatever's responsible for it, you would think in every model they've given us that you would hear something from fucking some spirit that was benevolent in some way, based off of all the various things in the model they give us, that there are benevolent beings out there. I'm quite convinced there are not. And if there were, I think they were all killed. They've been bound. And it makes no sense, because in my darkest hour, nothing, never heard from a spirit, nothing. So I just like, I got to the point where it's like, there's nothing I can do but try to make myself better there. And if I can parlay some of that to other people, great. But because, and in the process of that, this reality is going to come against you and try and beat you down in every single solitary way possible. And when you really try to analyze that, that'll drive you almost insane, that you're in a reality that behaves like that, that works like that. The beings that are doing that to you get away with it. They'll never show themselves. You're trying to actually rise above. You're trying to be a good person. You're trying to evolve yourself. You're trying to do what you consider to be good things. And you're being so horribly attacked by fucking demonic and evil forces. And you're not getting any answers. It is a recipe to drive you into the place that objective reality sits in. It really is. I struggle to not stay there. I can quickly get back there if I just start unpacking the truth of what I've experienced. And no answers, man. Yeah.
I want to mention that one of the only things which I have learned from this realm, this matrix, is that if by chance I get to escape from this matrix altogether, from all levels, even the heavenly realms, which is also a deception and part of matrix, and become my own creator, just like the demiurge, the creator which you have created it, the only thing which I have learned is that not to create anything the way it's designed to be. Like all the things which is present here, which is exist here, I would never create that if I become a creator myself. That's the only thing I have learned from this place.
There's been something that's crossed my mind a handful of times in the last year or two, that we are a lot closer to that demiurgic force than we realize. And it's almost as if it wants to show some of us, for whatever reason, what it's like to be put into the abyss and left to rot. Because when you actually think of the stories of Yaldabaoth, and that it was literally purged from an aeon and then just cast into nothingness and bound up, and that it was actually conscious to whatever degree, that it actually had to figure literally every solitary thing out about everything. And it's like, when I really think of some of the foundational pillars of that story, when you try to look underneath the surface of what's being said and what was actually done to that being, that was purged out and cast out like an abortion, so to speak. I could imagine that might make you a little pissed off. I could imagine it might make you a little resentful, turn you evil and dark and black and hateful.
Absolutely, Keith. And it just proves, the statement which you have made just proves how much of justice you care about. Justice is very important if you are a good spirit. A good indication is that your love for justice, for truth, and to give proper, treatment to those who have suffered or endured any form of injustice, and that's very commendable, which you mentioned about it.
Where are you from?
I'm from Oregon, Lake Oswego, Oregon. I'm actually originally from...
No, wait a minute. Like, why? When I ask an Indian whose name is David what his real name is, like, I can tell you've got an accent. I can tell you're probably of Arabic or Indian descent. I'm asking you, as a human being, where are you from?
Originally, I'm from Lithuania.
Okay. So you're European?
No, East Europe, like northeastern part.
Okay. Your accent fooled me. I thought maybe you were from the Middle East or something like that. So I was just curious. You just never know where people are from in the internet. You never know who the hell's on the other end of the internet. So I just wanted to know. That's all.
Hey, one of the biggest problems humanity has is that we all born in different environments, and we come up with like different neuroscience, or our brains have different neurochemicals. Some people, they're just more happy, or more pessimistic. Some people are more nihilistic. So it's going to be very, very hard for everybody to be on the same frequency and relate to each other and really figure out what's going on. It's just too many differences in brain, personality, and environments that it just makes us deep further each day. So
A lot of what you just said, though, I'm sorry to interrupt. A lot of what you just said about people being those ways, that is how the environment and the epigenetic environment molds them. That's not necessarily the default. It's literally this world and what it does to people that in many cases turns them that way. I don't think people are nihilistic or born more pessimistic in life, where you start to get pushed into that polarity, because life keeps showing you that this is what this is. So you develop more of a pessimistic or nihilistic perspective, because that is literally your objectively experienced, subjectively both your personal, and it's basically a foundation aspect of your reality. This keeps happening. This is what happens in life. This is what can happen to people. And then you realize that it doesn't happen to everybody.
Yeah.
So yeah, it gets crazy, man. It's like the level of technology being used on us that can micromanage our lives down to the most minute thing. I want to know what they are. And if there's some of us that are at levels where we're asking these questions, we're pushing on that veil, we're literally pushing on that membrane, that if we were to just find a way to break through the membrane, we'd see what was on the other side and the big reveal of how they've been doing all this to us. It's like, at some point, doesn't something have an obligation to tell us? At some point, don't they have anything within them that is like human-like, that is good feeling, where you're like gonna fucking level with us? And if you're doing this to a sentient species and you're not gonna tell them, you're horribly evil, and something should fucking exterminate you from existence, because this should not be the case. If they're gonna be golem with no consciousness and really like animals, that's one thing, because they're not conscious, they're not aware. But God damn it, when they have a level of self-awareness like we do, complex emotions and all this other stuff, that this is off the fucking hook, off the charts, insane that this can actually happen, that nothing is actually out there good or better than whatever's doing this to us, that what's doing this to us is that psychopathic, that it will not have enough love, compassion, empathy, or any of the stuff that it imbued into us to make us the little loose battery. It won't use any of that towards us and be like, oh, little bastards are suffering at epidemic levels. I can run myself into a loop of logical insanity, because it's all logical, it all makes sense, it's all tied towards this is what you would do if you were good, noble, benevolent, and none of it's actually happening.
Actually, I want to, sorry to interrupt, but I want to answer.
Hey, do you believe it's non-human entities right here on Earth doing that stuff, or there are a small chosen select group of elite people who are involved with them, who are actually working together?
Very much so. Very much so.
Keith, go ahead and answer that if you want more. I think that's important.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we were never taught, that when you find it on YouTube, it makes it kind of hard to believe. But when you start doing a little digging and you start realizing the Atlantis stories, Kantekians, and we're not taught about Kantekians in school. We're not taught about a lot of stuff. And it's not until you get to a level of consciousness where you're willing to, or awareness, where you start exploring into the woo of what else could be possible that's outside of the narrative, that some of this stuff that seems crazy becomes an awful lot more plausible. And the whole idea that we're being manipulated by a more advanced species, that actually sounds crazy to most people, and that's illustrative of what those who are controlling us have done to limit our knowledge, awareness, and perception of ourselves and of reality. You know, I mean, I think I make a very good argument for and others have probably made it too. If we have the genetic code of whatever it was that made us, and they're much more advanced, no wonder they've done what they've done to hold us down. No wonder, if under the pretenses of making a slave race, like the Anunnaki stories tell us, they use their genetic code. Some say they crossed it with a monkey. Others say they just used their code, made a mini-me, and turned off a whole bunch of stuff. Whatever version of that actually happened, it only makes sense they would do all that they could, using whatever means they would to control whatever slave race, whatever race they built and engineered. So when I've made comments and done monologues talking about how we don't have any non-physical senses and we damn sure don't have any defenses to protect against the things that can come against us and manipulate us from non-physical realms, well, it only makes sense they wouldn't engineer that into us because, well, they want to use those very things as the means to manipulate our reality and manipulate us.
Hey, I truly that a psychopathic reptilian race seeded this earth, because even we're not even just talking about modern times. You go back millions of years from the start of evolution. Look at the stuff it created, man. Dinosaurs killing each other. Then you had the Stone Age. Then you had early human beings who fought a lot. Then you got all these big animals just keep killing. I mean, what's the point of all of that, man? Why it has to be so much killing and blood and just feeding on each other? Cannibalism.
Yes.
That's system, man.
On Tyron, I have to mention regarding your statement because you know, you don't realize the violence and, you know, to promote slavery or of any sort, like to dominate other animals or to be a violent creature, or, you know, to promote any sort of slavery. It's all inherently evil, but it's a survival mechanism in this realm, in this matrix, which is designed by this way to degrade our spirit. Keith has mentioned, Sir Keith has mentioned that how you know, the reptilians or Anunnaki or any of this so-called genetically superior beings are trying to manipulate and degrade us. Well, he had realized that well, I don't believe in karma or whatever it's called, you know, but you have to realize that whatever they do would eventually come back to them in some sort of way. This is, I believe, it's probably this karmic circle of this universe, because it goes against their free will and it also degrades their spirit. And we, as a sovereign good spirits, you know, pure spirits, would still have an opportunity to get out of this matrix, because if we are not, you know, not aligned with the system of this matrix, or to get, you know, absorbed into its laws, and to, you know, still maintain our purity and our own light, we still have a chance, you know.
Yeah, man. I can't even look. Even the way nature designed the brain with certain neurochemicals, high testosterone, that's another thing that causes violence, fighting. You know what I'm saying? Competition, all about competition, dominating, killing. It's what type of game is that? Why would we keep? And a lot of people, they're not consciously aware of what's going on. You know, they're being controlled by all these neurochemical signals. All, you know what I'm saying? All these instincts for millions.
That's nature, man. I think that was engineered into us. I really think that something actually did that intentionally. And that endocrine system is a double-edged sword, because it can be the source of our greatest achievements and emotion that drives us into wonderful things, but it can also be the thing that locks us into a prison, a chemical prison of nihilism and depression and all that other shit. Then when you traumatize the human and their mind and their psychology gets locked into that place, then that endocrine system keeps kicking out all those fucking emotions and the chemicals to keep you thinking the same thoughts that produce the same chemicals, like that guy says. And there's, I forget the guy's name, but he makes this point that we start thinking the thoughts that produce the chemicals produce more of the same thinking, and we find ourselves in a loop. This is what I mean about us not knowing about ourselves. And the more that we don't know, the more advantage the men that run the world and the evil spirits, whatever, have against us. That's why I've been trying to say for so long, it's nothing but net gain for us to learn about ourselves and see all the ways in which we're manipulatable little puppets. We then have the ability to do something about it to whatever extent we can, and try to, I don't know, become beast system proof. And most of it's just educating ourselves. It really is. It's just climbing out of the depths of ignorance that keeps us all stupid and sheep-like with these stupid beliefs they've pumped into our head. It's almost like you can see the journey. Yep, you're born into a world full of fucking beliefs. Then we're going to stimulate you into consciousness and see what you do then. What journey will you take to rise out of that stupid level that we're all in? I was very stupid until I wasn't. It's a general term I refer to everybody. I'm not trying to be critical of any one person, because we've all suffered from stupidity. We've all done dumb shit. We've all done things probably that you could classify as evil. The question is did we learn from it as a being and become better because of it, rise above it, and all that other shit? This actually supposed to matter in the world that we thought we were in, but the more this reality keeps the more this reality keeps revealing that it's all run by evil, it does make you wonder, Is any of this evolutionary journey and trying to rise above really matter? Even if it doesn't, I'm still not going to turn evil and become one of them. But it does make you wonder if it's all for naught.
Exactly, the end result. People don't have any sort of
Hey guys, I just wanted to say this. I'm not even trying to bring or anything into this. At one point, I used to look at racists and like, yo, guy, this and that. But then I look at them objectively now and say, you know what? Maybe that guy had a bad experience with certain people, or whatever belief system he came up in. That's why his brain is in that loop, and I can't be angry or try to fight him or nothing. Only could look at him as an experimental case. And you know what? This is just part of life. As you said, some people, they get caught up in loops and their brains keeps replaying stuff because they might have went through trauma. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you can't even blame them.
Aaron, I disagree with your statement which you've mentioned, because some people are actually evil, even though they have
Yo, your mic's not working.
Even though they have faced a lot of good stuff in this life, they would still commit evil acts, because there are people who are inherently evil. They're evil to the core. They're also evil spirits in this realm, this matrix, who will do a lot of bad stuff, even though they are literally having the best life possible. So you
want to talk about the epitome of evil on display? It is on YouTube, and it boggles the mind every time you actually watch. It's like, this is just like a ball of chaos of evil that just keeps shitting out of its face this banter, and it's amazing. But we've gotten to a point where evil now, like literally raw, black, and fucking unatonable evil, has a YouTube channel, puts itself on display. Look at me! Look at me!
yeah.
And it should be some place where good people go and look to observe from a distance, like an animal in a cage, what evil is doing and how it operates and the way it thinks and talks. It's kind of crazy. It really is.
Yeah. I actually, Tyron, I have to mention with two statements, 2 points I have to give. First to Tyron and second to Joshua. On Tyron, you mentioned about dinosaurs, right? A lot of evolutionary stuff. Well, I have to disagree with that, because you still didn't do proper research, because the dinosaurs never existed. And the stuff which you mentioned about evolution, like it's not, it's mainstream
They're all
bullshit.
Freemasonic fairy tales.
Yeah, it's mainstream bullshit, And Joshua, I have to mention something regarding the statement which you made about suffering, how environment shapes people, how it creates the sort of impacts us biologically, physically, and spiritually as well. But I'll give an example about 2 tribes. Okay, there were 2 groups of people. A story I'll give. One group of people, they had a very sedentary life. They enjoyed the ripping of the fruits they have sown, or did farming. They did farming activities, and they used to live in the plains, in the farming, grazing lands, and they didn't have faced any adversity or any sort of battles or wars. And they used to live like, with like, they were docile, and they lived a sedentary life, like lazy, or you could say sort of easy life. And there's another tribe who used to live in the mountains or in a very cold, harsh region. Their food was very limited, and they used to have complete waging war on one another. They used to live a nomadic lifestyle with a warrior type. Then they didn't practice agriculture, because food wasn't able to grow in the top of the mountains around this region, because of the harsh climate and the soil, And so there was one point that the people who used to live a sedentary life in the plains, did agriculture, that they become so stupid and dumb with all the grains they ate, with all the vegetarian lifestyle which they have in their life, and they were, very civilized sort, that one time they were the riding force in the mountains. They came down to the region in the south, the places, and they literally conquered them, and like they made them slaves, and they literally became the rulers or oppressors, or try to dominate it. And I think it just proves that how this realm, this matrix, rewards the people who suffer or endure hardship. They rewards them. They reward violence, and they don't want people to be happy or be sedentary or have an easy life. And that's what, again, the cycle always repeats itself. That's what's going on. And it's not just a story, because I read this somewhere in one of the books from an old Turkic book about how the people who were the nomadic warriors of the Mongolia, or the Central Asia stuff, the Russian, they were like living a very nomadic lifestyle in the steepest of those regions, and they were able to conquer a lot of the southern parts of, like, ancient China, or you could say Korea or the Middle East. They were able to conquer them because they were more civilized. They were more, like, not very martial type, very docile, and they didn't have any war experience. Meanwhile, the horsemen from the north of the steppes, they were able to do it. But again, with due time, with centuries has passed by, and the generations of those people, the Central Asians who settled in those plain regions with agricultural lifestyle, they also became very docile and sedentary. They lost all their genetic codes or their martial attitudes. They didn't just degrade physically, but also mentally and spiritually as well. And they were also later on conquered by other forces from the West. So that's what I think somewhat aligns probably with what you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a hard time following that. Can you like make it like too long? Didn't read. So
So
what did you?
I apologize for bad English, because I am from.
Oh no, yeah, it's
I
totally
live in-
fine. Totally fine.
So I should mention that there were true tribes. The people who
Oh, okay,
used to
I
live a
see.
sedentary life in the plains. They got conquered by the ones living in the mountains. They used to practice the more nomadic agricultural lifestyle. They were more martial type, and it's actually aligns with the story of an old Turkic book which mentioned about a Turkic ruler from Central Asia. He mentioned that how their ancestors used to live in a nomadic steppes, the Central Asian parts, and they were like very warrior, very martial type, and they were able to conquer the ones living in the plains of southern China or Korea or whatever this Middle East. And eventually, once they conquered, they enslaved all of those people out there, and they became rulers in the higher class of societies. And with centuries have passed by, they also became sedentary or more docile or weak or soft like them as well. And they also got conquered in the future. Their descendants got conquered by other outwardly forces who were able to expel them because they became soft. They weren't as martial or strong as their ancestors were. So are you getting the point? Which I mentioned?
Yeah. Okay. Well, the thing with me is I don't necessarily believe history at all because there's been so many resets and obviously like timeline manipulation that the further you go back and look, it just doesn't make any sense. And plus, we didn't evolve from monkeys to begin with. So something made us. I mean, something made these bodies to be exactly the way they are. There's no way that we could have evolved from monkeys. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why would we de-evolve and not have hair? Why would we de-evolve and barely be able to survive at all in our natural environment? It just doesn't make sense. So that means there's always been a control structure here, manipulating us and deceiving us and pitting us against one another, whether it's the same race, but they look a little different and they're from, a different land, or if they're different races and they have different cultures and different ways of being and different genetics, all that. So when you rise above,
I think all the above, and they live longer. They understand human civilization. They understand the human mind and psychology. So they have all the advantages to come in, set up civilizations, collapse them, and as you said, drive us to war and all the other shit.
Yeah.
And that Chuck Swindoll guy, I'm telling you, he's done 2 recent live streams on Atlantis. And if you follow through, they're both long, like 2.5 to 3 hours, but it's not just BS. The dude's done a deep dive. Like, he impressed me with his Khazarian Mafia presentation, which was about 3 hours. And he went deep. I was like, wow, he's a Gemini. So he's got that high level of intelligence. He just did 2 on Atlantis that I tell you, it really gives you some context for a lot of stuff where we wonder about our history, what possibly happened to us. And it even gives some credence for the fact that these are beings that have lived longer than us. They're probably from a different star system. And when you think Kardashev scale, more advanced beings that possibly could be using us for various things. There's a whole bunch of, it starts to put some of the pieces of the puzzle together. That's all I can offer, is that's what it does. It doesn't necessarily, maybe it'll give one person that one piece where they now see it all, but the dude's really good, man. People should fucking go over and watch that guy's stuff if they're interested in learning and gathering more pieces, because he approaches certain things from different angles than I do. And I've learned plenty from that guy. Like, he's smart as hell. I don't think there's any. any doubt when you get to a certain level that we are absolutely being manipulated by a more advanced race. It just doesn't mean that they have to be benevolent, and that's the sad reality for the human species.
It's obviously.
I agree.
Something that's that evil and then doing to us what it's doing to us with a level of control that we would never be able to figure out and get out from underneath us with no actual allies out there. And then as I started stacking up what happens to children generationally for hundreds of years, thousands of years, you start stacking it all up. It's like, wait a minute, there's no way this could be any version of anything that we've thought. Now we have to actually figure out what the hell is this really? And the two things that have stuck out, no Team Lightside in reality, no Team Lightside, no balancing of the scales. And it doesn't seem like there's any good out there except for humans, because that just breaks my brain that it's like we're a species that's stuck in the basement of some psychopathic asshole's house and he's just torturing us all. And as we yell and scream and lament, there's nobody to hear outside of that house because we're all down in the basement and shit. It feels like something like that, where there's no one that knows, no one that can come and help us, no one that would, you know.
No hope. Yeah. Keith, I want to ask this question for you. The story which I gave you earlier, were you able to understand it? Because it's not connected to history, you know. It's actually very observable truth, which I've observed myself, which I've experimented myself amongst the research. And Joshua, actually, it's not just a story, because you have to observe it yourself. Like, give an example about just two groups of people. One who lived in a like very low flat lands, you know, in the grazing lands. They used to practice agriculture, you know, where they lived very sedentary life. They never faced any war or adversity, and have this very systematic or civilized way of living for their everyday life. And there were also another group who lived in the mountains. They were very warlike. There wasn't any food or resources, and they used to, you know, they used to wage war against each other. And with due time, they became more intelligent, more resilient, very martial type, and became very dominant and oppressive. So just tell me, which group of people would have a more likely chance of survival if a foreign force comes out and invades them?
Well, the question I asked, why do we even have to survive to begin with? Why are we even here doing all this, pitting ourselves against one another for the survival of the fittest, for controlling other people and other things? It's all fucking bullshit.
It actually rewards,
from a spiritual perspective. This is all bullshit down here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It really is. Like, how the fuck is it that as the species that we are, or are there multiple species and we literally lack that foundational understanding? And that's why this type of shit happens, because there are certain species here of humans that would by default seek to work together, grow, evolve, contribute, service to others, community, you know, all that other stuff. And then there's those who are fucking straight up animal-like. They'll come and steal from you, rob, rape, pillage, and do all that stuff. There's fundamental fucking differences in the very places from which they approach existence. And here, hands down, might makes right. Here, hands down, the predators always conquer the prey. And until good realizes that it is prey and is willing to turn into the predator for as long as it needs to you know, isn't that a strange dynamic that we're faced with? If you're good in whatever way you've envisioned that, you're going to have to actually become much like them if you ever expect to actually defeat them. That is the plight of good in this reality. You're forced to do. You remember the movie the Patriot, or what was it, with Mel Gibson in the 1800s when they were being run over by, or 1700s, we were being overrun by the Patriot, I think it was, where he went.
Yes, I watched the movie. Yes.
Where he went totally blood drunk with a hatchet on that dude that hurt his child. We're, as a good group of people, we're faced with having to do a Mel Gibson on these motherfuckers just to get them to stop. And none of us that are quote unquote good have ever envisioned us ever having to go there, wanting to go there, having to fucking fight at that level to just be left alone so that we may grow as we fucking will.
I'm gonna give you, what about the Amish? They're not fighting, they just disengage from society. That's all you have to do. You just have to disengage.
That's a really good point. They are very much an anomaly amongst humans, because even governments don't really seem to go after them to fuck with them, but they're smart enough to not let them in. Much like the Russians won't let the poison into they're very strict with what they'll let into their country. I think the Amish are much like that. They won't let you into their community very far. They won't befriend you for very much. They won't, they're good people and they'll give to you if you're hungry and that, that kind of stuff. But beyond that, they're going to protect their values and their system from the toxins and perversions. And that's why they've probably been what they've been for so long. At a foundation of their principles is to protect their very way of life and their very value systems. Whether they're religiously indoctrinated and just worshiping some god or not, whatever they're doing has worked to keep them largely what they are and very unchanged in a certain sort of way and unmolested by the evils of the world. Isn't that strange?
Actually, we have to keep an open mind with that, even though they are great with better conservative values and the system which they maintain order, which is great. However, there's also merits and demerits in everything, like you mentioned about Russia, right? Do you know, because I used to live in this eastern part of Europe, and I want to mention that there's, even though people like to mention, especially the people, Republicans, people of this America, they like to give an example of Eastern Europe or Russia. Well, there's also a lot of demerits. The government is very oppressive out here. We have to realize it, and there's a lot of lack of freedom in those regions, which is also a lot of demerits.
What I was really illustrating is that there's certain principles that, when not budged from, help to keep things the way that is wanted, whether they're evil people that want it to be oppressive or whether it's the Mennonites or the Amish wanting to keep their way of life. There's a certain principle of not letting what they consider to be the poison in, that somehow our Western cultures have lost. We've lost our willingness to fight for principles, for values. Morals have been degraded to such all-time lows that, it's really bad that so few people find value in morals. And I know I've talked to someone in recent weeks that really thinks that morals are a human construct. And I tried to explain to him that maybe they are, but these are the types of things that humans implement in their own existence to maintain a particular standard of existence, and morals and ethics and virtues are the types of things good humans would have to adhere to exist and cohabitate together without the animalistic shit. I mean, it's crazy that they say good and evil is a man-made thing. Morals.
Well, the predator-prey model isn't necessarily evil. It's basically just a neutral field.
Try being that which is being devoured when you didn't do anything for it.
But that's where they're programmed to be.
But see, the other thing is right. We are not. That's the problem for us. That you're right. You're absolutely right. They're programmed, and I've heard scientists say that animals get a particular rush of chemicals that helps to lessen the pain, and even when they're being eaten alive, they're not as conscious, they're not as self-aware. It's a vastly different experience than that of a complex psychology of a human that would be being devoured in such a way, like by a shark or a gator. Oh, the horrors of all of that. But yet there's an element of that being devoured that's happening to us. But I think because we're like a barrier species between the physical, the non-physical, or the animal and the more advanced, we're being devoured in a different type of way, and then enter in the concept of loosh and extracting energy from us in that way. That's what I would argue is what I think is one of the most plausible.
So I don't see humans as a battery. I don't see them as as an energy source that whatever archons can extract from. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Hey, imagine Keith, Joshua. Imagine that. Suppose all the loosh energy which is being harvested from us, all the suffering and pain through which loosh is harvested from us.
We're not a battery that we can be extracted from. We're more like
What's up, Joshua?
We're more like a
Bliss.
CPU.
What's happening?
All right, Bliss. I hear that you and Anunnaki are going to go head to head. Is that true? That's what Objective Reality said.
Yeah, we can. I don't know what is he subscribed to or what is his viewpoints on this reality, but let's do this.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. I got to run to the bathroom.
All right.
Yeah, I just want to add, I checked that Newport was on your live the other day, and he said that we scripted this hell for ourselves because it's the only thing that exists, right? Eternal, perfect, eternal conscious energy. But the thing is, I don't think so. Because why would you wanna jump, or why would you wanna put your finger on a hot stove in order to know it's gonna be shitty? You already know it's gonna be shitty. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I agree.
But I get where he's coming from, though.
Yeah, I
That this is
I
a hell.
respect him as a person, and I can understand the parts that I agree with him on, but I just disagree with the reason for it all. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's
the
do
fact
this.
that we put ourselves here is just ridiculous. You know, I had that. It's too new agey. It's too new agey for me.
That we put ourselves here? No, it's not.
Okay,
And many
Anunnaki.
will,
So tell us what
yeah,
you
many
think.
will say the same.
Because we the only other option is to the netherworld. That's the only other option for us, is to live in the actual hell. And this isn't an actual hell because you can experience joy, even if it's
What is the netherworld? What's
even if
the
it's a
netherworld?
fleeting experience, you're still going to experience joy here. But in the netherworld, you experience
Are you
nothing.
talking about duality?
Hmm?
Are you speaking of duality?
This place is a experience of duality. You get to
No,
experience.
it's not.
It is.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
it is.
It's only evil pretending.
No, I'm just saying. I
That's
know where you're coming
that's
from.
the predator prey
Good and bad.
concept, that it's evil.
No, it's only
pretending.
evil.
That's the predator prey concept isn't essentially is not evil.
Absolutely, it is.
It's a neutral field.
No, it's not neutral. It's evil.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
How
you
is-
see where I'm
Okay,
coming from. Yeah, no. This Anoxa, it's a duality pleasure. You cannot have good without the bad, or pleasure without pain. To enjoy a good meal, you have to suffer hunger pains. But here's the thing, that's of the body. But what is the consciousness? It's not of the body, isn't it? Two separate things. But the other thing is also, it only bothers you because you are in a decaying flesh. And all these so-called pleasures
Well,
is linked to
you're a
separation.
hybrid of that. Your consciousness is the
It's only
receiver.
to
Yes,
negate.
but your body is a material. So it's a
Yeah, but why do I need to come into
blend
a
the material and the consciousness. So it's not just one or the other.
Yeah, but
We're
why
a
do
hybrid
I
being. We're a hybrid.
as
We were created as a hybrid being.
okay, but here's the thing, if my consciousness is eternal, why do I have to come into a bag of flesh in order to experience
Because that's how
so-called
you
duality
experience it.
or pleasures? I have to deprive myself.
Your consciousness
I have to
can't.
deprive myself. Okay, I don't know. It's like who's speaking here, because I'm just trying to understand where he's coming from. Because you keep on over talking each
All right,
other.
Anunnaki, explain your whole thing so that we can understand, and then we can properly dissect it.
Your consciousness needs a vehicle to experience experiences. You can't just be a consciousness floating around the the astral world. There's nothing to experience there. So we come here as to experience this world, and we basically stand in line to come here because this place is such a great escape valve. We stand in the waiting room for years, thousands of years to come here for a consciousness to experience something else other than
Okay, my question is, you said that consciousness. My question is, you said consciousness needs to come here to experience
But
the
this
good
place
from the bad.
always has been to humans. Who the hell would stand in line to come and be
That
brutalized?
implies that. No. Okay, I just want to ask. And then you can imply.
The other alternative is another world where you
No, but what is the
into
netherworld?
astral world,
What is the
astral realm.
netherworld?
There's nothing of beauty. There's nothing of substance there.
It's just like a void.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
so
So
I mean, what
that
you're
gets
saying is that
boring. That's
the
gonna be
consciousness
boring after a while.
has an experience
That gets
without
boring. That gets boring.
putting
Just
itself into
being in a
enigma.
void. You want more. You want more. You want to experience more than that.
This is a
Ignorance
conversation,
is
not an
bliss.
argument. Come on. We're not here
Hey,
to argue. We're here to have a conversation.
ignorance is bliss. Do something about your microphone, dude. Please.
Yeah.
Because you're coming through, but you need to come through a little more clear. It's hard to understand some of your words.
If you want to stay in the void forever, that's fine. But I mean, I don't think you're
Is
going
it
to
a
gain
bit soft?
anything. You're not going to gain anything from
Can
staying
you hear
in the
me?
void.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
your mic is like just kind of too loud
You'll
and
gain peace.
muffled.
You'll gain peace, nothing else. In
Is
the
it too
void.
loud? Is it too loud?
Okay.
Yeah, it's better now.
All right.
You don't gain peace.
Okay.
There's no peace
Right.
there. There's no
No,
peace
I'm
in the
just.
void.
Why do we have to come here to have an experience? Why can't we have experiences within our true state, so-called our consciousness, without coming into a
Because
meat monkey?
your brain is just the receiver. It's just like a radio antenna, and it's just it's like just a frequency. I mean, it's not that your consciousness resides in your brain. That's not.
Why
That's
don't
not
we all know this? Why don't we all know this? Why don't
I
we
have
all
no
have
idea.
this sense?
Because people aren't interested in this kind of stuff. But I mean,
No, we are. We are. All of us having these conversations are. We're at a level where this would be interesting to us to understand more about the origins of where we come from and why in the hell we're here.
Yes, to gain knowledge. To gain knowledge.
Yeah, but what is
It's not
strange
to
to
gain
me is
knowledge.
the
We're
fact
not
that
here to gain knowledge. It's what type of
no,
knowledge.
but this place is
You
not
can
Actually,
gain
the
all
knowledge
the
which
knowledge you
are
want.
it's not telling
Okay,
us
I will
why we
answer.
are.
I will answer. The answer
This
is that
place
the
is not
only
telling
knowledge
us
we
why
get
we
here
are.
from this place is not to create something when we get out of this matrix. If we become our own creator, I will never create all the design of this nature is designed this way. Like the life eating life, I would never create if I
Yeah,
become a creator myself in the spiritual realm.
How would you
If
yeah,
I
create it?
become
exactly.
How would you
if
do
I
it?
become powerful as the demiurge, I will never create all the evil stuff which is present in this realm, this matrix. The only thing which I learned from this place
What is it?
is
What's
that
evil about it? It's the evil is just an illusion. It's not real.
come on,
No,
you're a demon. Are you a demon?
that's nonsense.
No, it's not. It's not. It's because this is a
There
realm
is
of
a
illusions.
there is a
It's not gonna
universe
give
level.
you. This is not a realm where you're just gonna give you, a straight up answer. They have to veil it in through illusions and things like that. I mean, if life
Well,
was that simple, you would get bored. If everything was
okay.
kumbaya and living
Okay.
in bliss or whatever, it would get boring, dude. It would get fucking
Okay.
boring.
So according to your illusion, the more evil we do is the more freedom we have, right? So
That's a Jewish religion.
No, it's not.
That's
Okay,
the Sabbatean Frankists believe that the more evil they are, the quicker they'll usher.
He's
in
been outed. He's outed.
stuff.
He's
No,
been
I'm not saying-
exposed.
What?
I'm not saying that.
Look at who these
Listen,
people are on the earth. Look at what they're doing. Talk about them or be called a
What are they
coward.
doing? I don't know. What are they doing? What are they doing?
You don't know?
I don't think these people are eating children and things. I don't think.
Yes, they are.
I think
They're
that's an illusion
satanic
too.
ritually abusing them. They are.
100% they are.
I think that's an illusion
They are.
that they project.
hey, are you
No,
Illuminati?
it's not an illusion.
Are you a CIA
It's not an
agent?
illusion,
Are
but
you
that's
an agent?
incorrect.
No, I'm not a CIA agent, but I can see through the illusions through the veil.
Really? Huh.
So tell me this: there's actually like normal people, quote unquote, who eat children. So why wouldn't the most psychopathic, evil motherfuckers of this realm, who enslave, indoctrinate, and deceive us on a daily basis, not eat the most nutritious food in the realm, which is human flesh?
And
How do you know that though? How do you
That's
know
just
that
a
human
fact.
flesh? How do you know that human flesh is the healthiest food? I mean,
Because we were designed to be eaten.
yeah, but humans aren't designed to be eating each other.
Yes. Then why is your body? Every part of your body is edible. Yes, it's a fact.
Well, depending on
That's
what
true.
you're willing to eat.
Because there's diseases that come about from eating human flesh.
No,
What
there's
is the
not much
murder?
diseases. Diseases are deception. There are toxins present in our body, especially the ones living in the cities. Living a very toxic lifestyle. But if you consume a natural human being, then the chances are you won't get any diseases which you have mentioned, like kuru or any of the shit. Because so it's not that point. It's about the instinctual.
When you
Yeah,
see
and think
another
about
human-
this. Think about this. Why don't we have hair? Oh, it's easier to eat us. I see.
Like
Why don't we have hair? Because
That's the design.
They versed. I mean,
Especially
they
as
first.
Europeans that are white and pasty that came from the northern regions of the world. You'd think we'd have more hair than the people in Africa because
Well,
it's warm
a lot
and
of it
temperate
is.
there.
I mean, a lot of it is microplastics and things like that have destroyed hormone levels and in these
No,
generations.
I'm talking about full-bodied fur like animals have.
Because we have tools.
I mean,
We have tools to create. We have tools to create.
why
clothing.
don't we have memory? Why don't we have memory?
Maybe
of
wearing
understanding
clothes.
ourselves
Maybe
through
maybe
this world
clothing
and
ourselves.
so-called
Maybe
middle
clothing
life.
ourselves limited the ability for the hair to grow the way that it once did. Who knows? We have been clothing ourselves for kind of a long time. Even as like caveman, we'd walk around with clothes on our body to keep ourselves protected from the.
I don't believe we were ever cavemen. I don't believe.
Yeah,
that.
that's if
believe
you
that
think
well.
that in that term, if you think in those terms, then you're believing the lies they want you to think of your human origins.
What I'm
We don't
suggesting
true.
We don't
on
need
this
hair.
earth-
We never evolved in this place. We didn't.
What I'm
need
saying,
hair
what I'm
to-
suggesting is that they have evidence of Cro-Magnon, they have evidence of Neanderthal, they have
That's all
evidence
bullshit.
of.
That's to cover up the true origin story.
Can I just say a sentence without you like saying, "Oh, that's a detail that's bullshit," dude? We're just having a conversation here, and if there's little
All right,
pieces
Keith, go ahead.
that the rest of us have pulled in that we all know are bullshit, but there's evidence. They give us evidence. There's information that says there's been multiple types of life here, all the way back to if dinosaurs exist, then something wiped that out. Then they started with Cro-Magnon or whatever. We don't really know. We just speculate. They say Cro-Magnon could have existed with humans, and that some of that genetics still exists on the Earth. What we don't know about what's going on at a genetic level, that's the craziest part. And when you think about a type 1.5 or type 2 species that's manipulating us using genetics, this could quite literally be a petri dish of sorts that would boggle the minds of most people. So we don't know, man. It's really.
Well, we actually do know where we come
Absolutely,
from.
Keith. Absolutely, Keith. Actually, it's all truth mixed with lies. Especially with NASA, they will give you some truth, but it mixed with a hamburger of lies. Similar to evolution. Yes, there also existed a lot of Cro-Magnons, a lot of other types of humanoid species. But it's also true that we haven't evolved from that. We were created by the design of the demiurge of this matrix. But it's also true that they also existed. Dinosaurs might have existed, just like dragons might have existed or Nephilims might have existed. So it's all truth based with lies. And again, I don't believe in the globe or evolution stuff, but again, it's to each their own. We can only speculate about the past because we don't have much knowledge, but all we can do is fit the puzzle which they have given us, all the lies and the truths which we have, and illuminate all the lies and connect the dots and actually find the actual truths which you're trying to give us. So that could be possible.
I want to know where the reality is, where everybody gets along and is cooperative and doesn't like work against each other, like just basics. And like in this reality, to hear that, oh, you're talking about utopia. No, I'm just talking about a world where I'm part of a species that doesn't devolve on itself, and the shit that goes on here. And the fact that there's some of us that are at levels of consciousness to recognize it, to point it out, to question what the fuck is this craziness, and we don't get any answers. Oh, that boils my blood. If there was like spiritual guides or something that would be like, okay, here's where you need this, here's some truth, here's a little bit more, so that you could actually have something to build upon. No, none of that. It's the most insidious fucking, when you look at it and you really, really get down to it, it's like, this is some seriously diabolical shit. They really mean us profound levels of harm at a spiritual level, at a fucking psychological level, on every level they can inflict pain, and there's nothing to help us. And when that's happening,
every level. Yeah. Actually, Keith, Joshua, and everyone who's listening here, I want to ask you this question: has anybody watched the movie Titanic? Because on the movie Titanic, there was this scene where the people who lived under the deck, they used to mine all the coal so that the ship could operate, and to turn on all the electricity, because without all the laborers and all the workers in the below the lower decks, the ones living in the higher deck would never actually enjoy the electricity, and the ship won't work. So it might be similar to that. Imagine all the lush and all the suffering which you are getting through this matrix or design. Imagine the sun which is giving on the light. Imagine how the sun operates.
if all the loose is being extracted to harvest and to operate for the sun to shine, like, and the ones living in the higher realms, like on heaven or paradise, like imagine if they're able to enjoy their lives because of all the suffering in the loose, which is like being harvested from us, like in the form of battery or like form of electricity, to for the heaven to operate or for the sun to operate. Like imagine that, if that's a possibility.
Yeah, I think that we are being harvested like honeybees for our energy. I think
No,
that's
that's where the matrix concept comes from. The bullshit that
no, it has nothing to do with Matrix. Don't try to
Yes,
overlay a model that you think over what I'm saying, dude.
that concept has become widespread in our culture now. That we're
Yeah, so what? If you don't like
That's
it,
not
I'm in the
true.
middle of actually trying to say something. Did
We're
I
not
ask
batteries.
you to
We're
step
not
on top
batteries.
of
We're just
All right. Hey, let's let Keith explain, and then you can talk after he's done.
I mean, I said honeybees, and you just started fucking walking all over top of me. Would you do that in real life? Fuck, dude.
Yeah, respect Keith, man. You don't know how
Because the
dangerous.
honeybee, when you look at it from a perspective of a Kardashev scale, type 1.5, type 2, type 2.5, they would take from what we produce and use us to produce in the same way, or a similar way, a loosely put term, the way that we look at honeybees. And when you realize that they're that advanced, that their technology could appear godlike to us, and that there's a species that could look like us, we could be smaller versions of them that could quite literally look at us like honeybees and have that level of indifference for us. That's some soul-crushing shit right there when you've been told all your life God loves you and all that other stuff. So anyway, some version of that is happening. We can see it.
Yep.
Keith, we are already being oppressed by the government. We are already being oppressed by the law and all the system of this matrix. So it doesn't make much difference if there's like higher realm of this matrix, which is trying to.
Yeah. Hey, Bliss, you
You
there?
guys really believe in the concept that we're basically batteries that can be our energy is siphoned from?
I think that fits.
But wouldn't using humans as like a power source violate?
Can you hear me now? No, I was
everything we
speaking on
know about
headphones. Okay.
energy?
I can hear you now.
It takes more energy to keep a human alive than they can produce.
But the voice is so soft. I'm on my mobile.
Well, when you think about, they've gone after sexuality to pervert that, and when you think about the energy that runs through a human being through sexual stuff, because the sex is the way in which we bring new life into this world. There's a lot of power there. There's a lot of power in emotional energy. When the human being is stimulated into an emotional charge, and then when you start realizing they measured the heart, there's more energy coming out of the heart. They know that there's this toroidal field around us. There's something to the fact that there's 8 billion little energy batteries running around here. It seems to fit.
But that doesn't mean we're a battery. That could mean we're a more complex, neural network or a CPU. It doesn't mean that we have to be a battery.
Something like that is happening. It certainly seems that way. Life seems to unfold for everybody that way, and we emote and put out a lot of sexual energy, a lot. And then we don't even understand the energy as it leaves us. We don't know how to harness that energy. We don't know shit. So something else does. Think about it. What are the bees going to do with the honey they produce? Think about that. What are the bees going to do?
This reality is sucking on our consciousness.
Honey is basically just the bee.
This is what it is. Why do you dream?
It's not a purpose.
Why is this person telling us what it is? It's not revealing itself. We all here talking about these things, searching for answers, but we know something is off. And it's sucking on our consciousness. It's a fucking parasite. That's what it is. It's a parasite.
All right, let's go into detail about what that means.
There's no such things as parasites.
There isn't. Everything is eating shit. This reality is eating itself as a parasite. I've studied in depth for years. I can see it from the smallest microscopic level. All the little creatures and bacteria and viruses eating shit. It's eating itself.
Parasites actually.
Even ourselves. that
You know,
will turn
parasites
to
can actually.
cannibalism.
You know,
If you don't
parasites.
eat, your own body will eat itself in order
You know that
for nutrients
parasites.
for your brain.
You know that
So
parasites
how
can
do you
actually.
become it?
Oh
You
my
know,
god.
parasites can actually be
Okay,
beneficial.
like an NPC, man. You keep repeating the same script.
Do you think parasites can be beneficial? Do you know that?
You know, here you come with your duality nonsense.
No,
It's
I
the,
mean
to balance
it's
out the
actually can actually
equation.
be.
It's the
Look
Ouroboros
into
to
how
continue the
Listen,
evil system.
look into
hey,
helmintic
both of you
therapy.
listen. Both of you listen. It's not the
Helmintic
parasite.
therapy.
It's the board
They
itself.
actually inject people with parasites to help modulate the immune system. So
You can use maggots to actually eat necrotic flesh in a medical setting. So yeah, there are some benefits.
yeah,
Yeah.
the parasite concept is bullshit. Okay, whatever you're
Yeah,
talking
listen.
about.
No,
That's
it's
You
a
should.
not.
bullshit.
It's not.
That's a bullshit ass.
It's right in front of your face,
No,
but you
it's
can't
not
see it because you don't know.
because I
You
can
think you're
look
seeing
in
yourself
my
here to
face,
experience.
dude.
This
They've
dumb,
done
man.
It's an error.
they've done
Oh, okay.
studies with
Argument.
pigs. Okay,
This argument.
pigs that are sterile that have no parasites in them. They become sick. Okay, the pigs that are rolling
You're
in the
correct,
mud.
Anunnaki, and you're also correct, ignorance. Both of you are correct and wrong.
Can I finish saying
Both of
something?
you
Body
are
is a
correct and
parasite.
wrong.
Everything
Can I
is a
finish saying
parasite.
something? Can I
I'm
All
finish
not
right,
talking
saying
about
guys, for real. Let's just let you
parasites
finish.
in the
Let me
body.
finish
can
saying
jump in
Let's
when you
actually
want.
all pretend that we're intelligent beings that can actually have a
Yes.
dialogue
Yes,
and not spit on
exactly.
each other like that. I mean, come
Come
on.
on, they're dumb,
Okay, and
Keith. Come on.
Anunnaki, go ahead, finish what you're saying. There is truth to what you're saying, but go
Well,
ahead.
they've done studies. Okay, sterile pigs with no parasites whatsoever. They're sterile. No, their conditions are perfectly sterile. They have nothing. No parasites. They were sick compared to the pigs that had trichinosis, all these parasites in their body because that's natural to them. Just having parasites that concept doesn't make any sense because
The symbiotic relationship.
there are symbiotic parasites. I mean,
I'm not, but I'm not talking about the parasites in your body. I'm talking about this reality as the parasite. Don't you get it? It's the Ouroboros. It's creating
no, I know,
order
I
out
get
of
it.
chaos.
I get that, but that's
Your body, look at your body, right? Your body. It's 3 parts. It's a mouth with fangs that taste through dead flesh and plants and whatnot. And you shit it, stop out. And you also have a reproductive system to make copies of yourself. And yet this place is not telling us what it is. We have to, on our own accord, search out the truth regarding to the nature of this reality via our awareness.
That's what makes it fun.
It's something
That's what
that
makes
we
this
have
place
to do.
fun.
It's not telling
If
us
everything
what
was
it is.
spelled out for you and all the rules were, put there before you entered this place, it would be boring as fuck. That's why it's more of like an amusement park.
I have a
type
question.
place.
Sorry, I have a question for Keith.
Why don't we have memories of where we
I have a
were
question
before
for
we were born?
Naki.
I have a question for Keith. Joshua, I have a key question for Keith. Isn't the conversation both of them are having, isn't this an example, perfect example of how languages can manipulate us, how language are able to manipulate and control our perception, our decision, and our statements, right? Our things, because both ignorance is bliss and Anunnaki, they're both talking about parasites, but they're not understanding the fact that it's the word parasite itself which is making them to have this argument, because it's not, because if something is beneficial for us, we shouldn't call them parasites. Like if Anunnaki is calling the thing which is not trying to damage
I have a question for
we
Anunnaki.
should call them parasites. Like
Anunnaki,
That's
do you
just
feel that?
the connotation you have to the term. It doesn't have to be bad or good.
I have a question.
It's a neutral.
Can I ask a question?
It's a neutral.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question
ask
for
your question.
Anunnaki. Do you believe that we came here to learn? Just a general question.
Learn. I mean, learn what? Learn what?
I don't know. Why do you think we're here? Do you think we're here to learn lessons or learn experiences or?
Yeah, I think the only way to learn is through experience. You're not going to learn it in a void.
Uh-huh.
Right? You're going to be
And
put
do you
in
think-
situations. You're going to be put in bad situations. You're going to learn from that, right? You learn from your worst
Okay.
mistakes. You don't learn.
And
from
how
your-
about-
when everything is
how
going great?
about-
When everything is going
Yeah.
great, you're not learning, right? You have to go.
Yeah,
through,
yeah.
You have to go
Yeah.
through mistakes. You go through serious mistakes when you learn. Yeah. So
Adversity.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have a question. I have a question to follow that. Yeah. I mean, so you think we're here to learn and a few experiences? I mean, what about an 8-year-old child who's been diagnosed with leukemia, or the child in Africa whose brain has been blown up by a bomb?
Yeah, no, those are tragic events.
What experience do you think that child had? I don't know. I mean, do you think there's a reason why that happened?
I don't know. I mean, but I'm sure their families will learn something from that experience. I don't know. Maybe they'll become more humble. I don't know.
What are they going to learn?
I'm not saying it's fair. This life is not fair either. I'm not saying that.
So, okay, I got a question. So why don't we have a choice over what we want to experience, whether it be love and light and learn lessons, or get fucking blown up by a
You do
bomb,
have a choice.
or brutally raped,
You've already made
There's no
the choice.
choice.
stuck in
There's
a
no
wheelchair
choice.
for the rest of your
You've
life?
already
I mean,
made that
I'm sorry to
choice,
say,
Peter.
but you're living in fairy tales, man.
There's no
It
choice.
makes no common sense.
I think you
It
need to be
makes no
educated.
sense.
to be honest.
I think it's fair to say that people are at such wildly varying levels of their journey of learning, consciousness, awareness. And along that journey, there are so many things that all of us have thought we figured out, and then we keep going and we figure out more. So I think all of us know this place sucks. If you can find meaning in it, great. We don't even know, though, if that meaning and those lessons go with us when we die. These are things that we tell ourselves because it makes us feel good and it helps us attach meaning and purpose to it that wouldn't otherwise be there, but we don't actually know. That's the biggest frustration, I think, for all of us, is that we're bumping around, or even arguing amongst ourselves of what we're here for, why we're here, why is this happening? Is it for learning? Is it for the soul? Is it for this, that, or the other? None of us actually know. And we
Yeah, but it's definitely not for learning, because we can observe the objective reality that it's definitely not for as a school or learning, because we're suffering. Suffering is the enemy.
When I've
Nobody
given
would choose
people a
suffering.
model that shows that at the root of the human experience, there are 4 absolutes and 4 guarantees that no human will ever escape: pain, suffering, death, and learning. And when I thought about that for enough time, I'm like, pain, suffering, and death. Okay, but learning, that means you wanted us to learn so that we could do things.
Yeah,
And
but you're
for
leaving out joy, happiness, things like people
I said
experience those things
absolutes.
too.
Hold on. I said absolute. There's no absolute that you will know joy. There's no absolute that you will know love. There's no absolutes that you will know happiness. It's possible, but the absolutes.
No, but it's not guaranteed.
No pain, we will know suffering,
It's not
and we will
guaranteed.
die. Nobody escapes it.
Exactly.
And my battery is dying.
That's the guarantees.
No, the only absolute you listed was death.
Pain and suffering. Nobody's escaped it. Not Buddha, not Jesus, not you, not
How do
me.
you know?
No
There
living
may be
human
people
being.
there may be people you're seeing.
Man, stop trying to cast doubt in something that you can't fucking disprove. Pain, suffering, death, and goddamn learning,
Thank
man.
you.
No
I don't
human
think
alive has
everyone
fucking
has
escaped.
This
If
reality
you are
sucks, okay?
intellectually, if you are fucking
You're
intellectually,
Stop
It has to
You're
be strong.
intellectually
Yeah, it has
dishonest.
to be
He's
strong. I
intellectually
think it's
I
dishonest.
don't,
strong.
I don't
That's
think,
the
but I
problem.
don't think everyone has experienced that.
No one could be
you're
that.
fucking naive.
That's not
You're
small.
naive.
No, I don't think everyone
There's no way he's on this live stream with that level of knowledge.
You're
may experience
intellectually
it, but they don't
dishonest.
experience it to the same
That's
degree.
you're intellectually
But
dishonest.
everyone is talking
So
over.
that's not the absolute.
You need to watch some David Icke videos. I
Because
think.
if it was
Gotta
no,
put
I
them
don't. Because if it was absolute, they would all experience the same degree of suffering.
No, they wouldn't. Why does it?
Yes.
It's an absolute guarantee that, I mean, think about it, dude. If Jesus Christ, in that context, even though we know it's bullshit, but like the Son of God experienced.
How do we
pain, suffering.
know? How do we know it's bullshit? See, I mean, how do we know that?
God damn, you're just such a contrary motherfucker. What the point? What's the point of you being
I
here?
reckon he's an infiltrator.
You ask a contrary fucking question when you don't even have the fucking answer yourself, you goddamn asshole.
Because we don't have the answer
Jesus
to everything.
Christ.
There's no answer.
Just
There's
fucking
there's-
talking with you is
it's not a
bringing my
multiple
blood pressure
choice.
up 100 fucking points. Why don't
Just-
you go fuck off somewhere else so the rest of us that actually want to have an intelligent fucking conversation can enjoy our fucking
I am,
selves?
but this world isn't a
Asshole.
It's not a test where you can take a multiple choice test and all the
What are you, a
answers are
fucking
there.
Asperger's asshole that doesn't understand cues and things? What the fuck is wrong with you? You just inject yourself, Mr. fucking Contrary, to shit you don't have any understanding for. Obviously. You seem to be the most fucking naive one of the bunch. And you got people telling you shit and you know, no, it's not that. Man, get the fuck out of here.
I mean, there's people that believe in the Jesus story. Maybe it makes them a better person. I don't know.
I'm suggesting that in whatever version of stories
I
that
think
humans
it's
have,
boring.
whether it's Jesus, Buddha, or any man to walk the earth, even the fucking gods, they've known pain, suffering, and they've died. And for us, we can learn things.
Yes, but they've also maybe experienced joy.
Okay, but hold the fuck
Okay,
on.
enough of
just
this.
got
No,
one
that's
thing to say.
He's a troll.
Right?
He's just trolling.
Anunnaki,
That's
where
not
is your
being a
evidence?
troll. That's just
Love
being.
and joy.
Where's
Yeah,
your
it is.
evidence on
Every human
to
I'm sure
what you're
Jesus
saying?
experienced joy,
It's true.
love from his
That we're
friends,
coming here to experience this bullshit.
his family.
I'm done, dude. Have a nice
Dude,
one.
fuck love. Love, what love you talking
All
about?
right, thanks, Keith. Hey, thanks for
it's becoming,
thanks for
it's
being here so
becoming too
long.
much of a blender of conversation.
All right,
and
let's
it's
let's
fucking
let's
like
let's
chaos.
calm it down. Let's all have a our own.
But to have suffering,
chance
you
to
have to
talk.
have something on the other spectrum. That do you not?
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. Yeah, but where's your evidence, dude? According to what you're saying, where's your evidence?
So if there's
Show
evil,
me
there
your
doesn't have to
evidence.
be good.
Sorry?
If you do
Show
think
me
in polarity,
evidence to what you're saying.
if you believe in polarity, I mean, if there's this evil force, doesn't there have to be a reactionary force to that?
It's only evil.
But how? But why? How do you know that?
We just observe the reality. My bad to interrupt. My bad to interrupt, but I have to respond to what Anunnaki said. It's like, it's like without evil, you won't have the good. So what are children learning from being sexually abused by Epstein? Well,
I don't
so
believe
they
that shit happened, man. I don't believe any of that stuff. It would have
Okay,
never
so they
leaked. None of that stuff would have leaked. They want to leak all that stuff on purpose. Okay.
Okay, redirect it. What does a child being raped then? Okay, answer that one. The fact. Right now.
He's gone.
No, he ran.
Very convenient.
I know that guy. I know him already. He has different names, so he's a troll.
Yeah, that's what I reckon.
He's back. Okay, go ahead.
I know who he is.
Oh, sorry. What happened?
All right, so you said that was a story, made up story. Okay, I may tend to agree with the official narrative, yeah, but that doesn't take away the fact that there are millions of people being raped, regardless.
Yes, I agree.
So answer.
Okay, yeah, but that's been happening forever. I mean,
answer it honestly and quit being so contrarian, man. I asked you a real question.
What was the question?
Why are there millions of people being raped as children?
Yeah, I'm not saying this place is. I'm not.
Oh,
saying
you almost said it. You almost said it, my friend.
I'm not saying this place is. I'm not saying this place is good or bad. There's obviously bad things that happen here.
But
I'm not
why?
saying it's heaven.
Why?
Because it's a testing ground.
Why does being raped? Why is that a test for a little child, and then they're killed and thrown in a fucking gutter?
Because this place can be evil. Yes.
Why?
That's how it's designed. I'm not the architect.
Who designed? Okay, who designed it?
I mean, we don't know that. I mean, we can talk all day long, but I mean,
you're saying that you do know, and now you're saying you don't know.
I don't. I know it's not all evil, because I know.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of people say it is all evil, and they trick you with the beautiful landscapes and all that just to entice you that it's not evil. I get that concept, but I don't believe.
I don't think we're evil. Okay, I don't think we're evil. We're forced into an evil world against our will,
world.
And
I believe yes,
and we're forced to participate against our will in an evil world and have experiences against our will in an evil world.
Why would we try to convince somebody that's not going to listen and is already convinced of something they're already convinced of?
No, I am listening.
Arguments that turn the conversation into the little chaos balls that it's been a few times. Probably shouldn't try to convince somebody who's already convinced and
I'm
thinks
not
that they're
I'm
going to
not
convince
convinced
us.
this place is all evil. That's what I'm
Okay,
trying to say.
great. Wonderful for you. You can stop saying that because we've all heard you say that, and you saying it multiple times isn't going to convince us of that because that's what you think.
That's true.
But it also wasn't designed to be that. We were designed to be slaves.
Okay.
So then you say then you're saying what we're saying, man. You just don't want to admit it. I don't understand why we're having this conversation with you.
But maybe some people like to be slaves. I don't know.
Because certain people require the attention, and slowly and surely we'll pull it onto them with their contrary bullshit. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, it's like you just said we were designed to be slaves, but it's not an evil world. That makes no fucking sense, man. I'm sorry, but it doesn't.
I think he's a troll.
Well, I'm not trolling you, but I'm just not. I'm not 100%.
I think you're a very confused individual. You're really confused. I think you need to, I think you need to maybe just think a bit about
So you
what
don't
you're
believe in
saying.
the concept of Naraka the Buddhists have, that that hell is a temporary state?
What is
Aren't you saying hell is a permanent state? Aren't you the guy who left when I asked you that question?
No,
He's asking questions to derail the conversation. None of this is.
Well, last time I was on, or the first time I was on this panel, I asked this guy a question, and he literally experienced technical difficulties when I asked it.
What was the question?
Yeah, so you say that this is like a paradise world.
No, I don't
but
say that. I said it's a
no. You did absolutely say that the first time.
compared to the
You
alternative.
absolutely.
Yes, compared to the alternative where you enter the netherworld and you experience.
Yeah,
nothing.
so here's my question,
Yes.
okay? You say that this is a place of duality, and I remember you used the example of kids on the playground and some being happy and some being sad.
Yeah.
And you call this place a world of gray.
Yes.
So my question was, if you say that there is this dark world over here that makes this gray world, where is the light world that merges with the dark world to make the gray?
It's because it's fallen. It was originally constructed to be good, but the world has fallen, so it's become not necessarily bad or good. It's become in a state of gray. It's like a transitionary phase, so to speak. We're in a transitionary phase. We're like in a limbo.
Sorry.
So it's not essentially hell or heaven. It could be both. But it was essentially designed to be heaven.
That which is controlling humans has certainly turned the world into something that is perceived much like a hellscape because of the experiences that we're having with it controlling things.
Did he just leave?
He might have just dropped his connection. He seemed to be very vested in this, so he'll probably be back.
We'll give him a minute, and if not, then you're in the same predicament you're in last time when. Oh, here he is. Okay. Just ask him straight up your question.
So I
keep
answer
this honestly, and don't divert.
Okay. What?
You're talking about me?
Yeah, ask him your question.
Yeah, he did just answer it. He said that he thinks it's a fallen world, which I don't personally, it doesn't make much sense to me because it sounds like he thinks that this particular universe was like at a higher state at one point that fell because of the netherworld.
No, I mean, this is just the way that this place was constructed. We
By
didn't abide.
who?
I don't know, but we didn't abide by the rules, so to speak.
Okay, you want to know by who? I don't think any of us have the answer to that, but we have some generalizations. The word Anunnaki means those that came from, if possibly a more advanced race has conscripted us, has taken control. They've got technologies that are so advanced, we think it would be godlike. Yes. They can play the part of spirit with technology or a demon, and we think it's all some non-physical entity, and it's actually an alien using technology.
That's how they're going to spin it. They're going to spin it that these things are demons. I don't think they are.
It's just a thought process. I don't know. None of us really
No,
know.
but that's how the media and all these people will spin it later on.
I
They're going to spin
think
it that these things are demons, and they're, when in fact I think they're actually beneficial. I
That
mean,
Kardashev scale and the fact that when you look at what could be the Anunnaki, I know it's an ambiguous general term, but something that might have created us, something that's lording over us. You'd hope they'd help us to evolve, but it seems like they want to hold us back. There's
they did.
some
The
perspective
first
for.
iteration, if you read the Sumerian tablets, the first
I
iteration
have.
was they were actually the first iteration of humans, I believe, are like Bigfoot, these like Sasquatch, like they have like powers, they can, time travel, these things like that. They made them too advanced. And so the second iteration was us, modern men.
I think we're like multiple after the second. I think it took them multiple times, but either way, it took them.
Yeah.
It took them more than one try.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just like dumbing it down. But yeah, I think the first iteration
Was the Adamu.
I think that's Sasquatch, to be honest.
No,
I think
the Adamu was the first one, and that was the one that was much like them. Too much like them.
Who I think those are today is the Sasquatch or like Bigfoot, these types of deity. Because I don't know if you've researched like these creatures, but they have the ability to, shape shift and like time travel and things. I think we were originally programmed to be like that, but they gave them too much power. And so they dumbed us down. We're just a dumb, like a dog. A dog's just a dumbed down wolf.
But we have.
So could I offer my explanation on the Anunnaki? Because as far as I'm concerned, it's probably the most Occam's razor explanation that you're going to find.
Sure.
They're not some people. They're not entities. They're not aliens. Even if they are aliens, then you have to accept this premise that basically technologically advanced species will just naturally dominate less advanced technologically species.
You're
Well,
100%
I
right.
don't. Well, where do they come from then? Where does this technologically dominant species come from?
Well, since we're born blank, the fact that we're figuring out we're being potentially controlled by a more advanced species is monumental in and of itself. Trying to cognize beyond that into where they came from, we just have nothing to work with except nothing.
Yeah, we do. We do have the myths tell us where they came from.
Well, what's that mean? Speculation, myth, lore. That's hard to nail down.
Mythology is just like psychological records of the past. They aren't like historical records. It's just how the people remember what was happening and the events of what their gods were doing.
Well, they actually had the first ledger. I mean, they had everything written down, so it's not complete myth.
Yes, but I'm saying that it's not. They weren't using the same standards of historical record keeping that we use today.
Yes, they were. They're actually using better. But like the Jews and the people that took over, they manipulated the history.
Okay, well,
there's some truth to that. Our history has been totally manipulated by the people who've been in power that have the pen to write it and the eraser to erase it. That statement of "to the victor goes the pen that writes," it also is given to the eraser. And when we don't know who our conquerors have been in a certain sense, that puts us at a disadvantage. We don't even know who it was that took over, let alone the degree to which they've removed our history. We have no idea. We're speculating. We're guessing. We have traces, figments.
We're species of amnesia for a reason.
We have figments, and some people come back with certain pieces. Some will believe it, some won't. It's crazy how this works, man. And it shows that something really wants to hold us down. And apparently those of us that have the tenacity and the will to rise above it and grow beyond it, maybe at some point you'll find your way out. Who the hell knows? Beyond that, I don't have any other answers. What do you do?
why do they want to hold us down?
because we have
Because of
Because we're
fear.
chimpanzees with guns.
Fear.
We're in the grand scheme of things, we're chimpanzees with guns. Look what humans do to the natural world. They have to limit us. They have to
Well, you
limit us
see,
to some,
for a long time before we were led by gatekeepers, humans did just fine in the natural world.
I think I have an answer. If there's any, and this is only if there's any truth at all to the fact that we were genetically engineered or modified by something more advanced. And in that context, they use their code. If they use their code and they're advanced beings, and we were genetic engineered, they literally turned off a lot of genetics in us so that we wouldn't be too advanced.
That's
so
good,
that they
though.
could
That's a
control,
good thing.
hold on, almost done. So that they could control us and limit us down to being what they wanted us to be. I put forth, and I think it's possible, who the hell knows, but that they have an interest in holding us down and keeping us from evolving so that we're not turning on the things within us that would give us the power to look at them in the eye, to rival them, to become like them. And that's the best I can come up with, that we have their code, we have the ability to advance to levels that would probably boggle our minds, and they don't want that. They made us for very specific purposes. Even if we have the ability to become God himself, they're going to beat the hell out of us, you know, in the process. And again, it's just a theory. How could I ever prove it? If I find information that seems more plausible, okay, I will concede and be like, oh, this seems like more plausible. But if the whole made in the likeness and image of comes from religion, the Anunnaki stories tell us we were made from their genetic code, there's some, and it's light, but there's some context for that. And maybe they're really trying to keep us down so that we don't evolve to what we could. We're like Anunnaki just said, we could be like monkeys with guns because we're still literally trapped in the lower three chakras. Animal man consciousness, might makes right. My dick's bigger than yours. I win, rather than cooperation and actually special level evolution.
All this negative thinking that you just said comes from the Anunnaki. If we examine what else the myths say, they basically say that humanity was created for the purpose to work for the gods and make their existence easier,
right,
by managing and doing the work to keep their cities flowing from day to day.
Well, if you read about
let me say where I think the Anunnaki come from and what I think they are. They're basically a group of people, human beings, maybe a humanoid, maybe reptilians, you know, I don't really know exactly what they are, but they lived here on the earth. They found basically a paradise, like a Dilmun or an Eden, where they didn't have to answer to the natural world. Food was provided, water was provided, there were no natural disasters, there were no people coming to take their things, there were no predators. They didn't have to worry about any of these things, unlike everyone else around them. And because of this, they were able to master various disciplines, such as geometry, psychology, engineering, science, mathematics, all this intellectual stuff.
Yeah. Seems very plausible so far.
And when they looked at the world around them and they saw the people living in the world, it scared them. As the myths say of the Enuma Elish, when Enki is going to go confront Tiamat, he's too scared to confront Tiamat. Tiamat is how the gods viewed nature and everyone else around them, because these people saw themselves as having total agency over their lives, because they don't have to answer to the natural world. They aren't forced to migrate because there's a food shortage or natural disaster. They're just right there in their place, you know, learning all this stuff pretty much at the maximum efficiency a person can. So when they looked at the people around them, they thought to themselves, these people are not in control of their lives. They need us, people who are in control of their lives, to guide them. And so over the course of many centuries or even millennia, they worked on getting these people who lived in nature to work for them and power their cities as basically, you know, what's described as the loose farm. But where all this psychic stuff comes in is they understand egregores, and they use egregores to basically program the people with the software or the mindset and beliefs that are required to make them docile slaves.
Nothing that you said deviates from the model that most of us have. I agree with you completely that what you just said, and yeah, it does parallel a lot of the stories in the Enuma Elish and Atrahasis and those types of texts. And it's not until you read that stuff and get the lay of the land of what it's telling you, and then you look at the world and you spend enough time looking at it that you can make the correlations that someone like yourself is making. So you've obviously put in a lot of time to figuring it out, or trying to, like the rest of us.
The main difference is that I'm saying they're humans from the earth who were scared of the earth, and then they infected everyone else with their fear.
Did they find the secret to the tree of life so they live much longer?
Well, I mean, if they did live in this pristine land like I'm talking about, they would have aged a lot slower because they're not going to answer.
You guys
to all
believe in like
these
the vapor
things.
canopy, the vapor canopy theory?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it, but I want to say hi to Pastor D and Ignorance and Bliss.
If you've ever seen the movie Begonia, at the end of that movie, she pops the vapor barrier and kills everybody. And she is an Andromedan that looks much like us. This is why I think we're being manipulated. One of the reasons why, of the many, they show us they live, they show us Begonia, they show us an awful lot of stuff because they have the power to reveal to us certain things. And it's amazing when you realize who it is that's showing it to us. For those that have the eyes to see, something's going on that's far different than they've programmed our minds with. And it is the most frustrating thing to realize that we those of us that wake up, we have no allies out there to help us. That's a strange thing. The whole concept of the spirit world and anything out there in the spirit world being good and looking out for humans, that's as bad for me recognizing that none of that is real as recognizing there is no great spirit in the sky. God.
Yeah, is this Keith speaking? Keith,
Yes.
Rebellious Meat Puppet.
Yes.
Okay, here's the thing.
No. The Rebellious Meat Puppet is dying, and I've come here as Keith, not the Rebellious Meat Puppet. That was just a pseudonym.
Okay, no problem. But the thing is, which is also kind of scary, is that nobody has got any account of the so-called spirit world. You know what I mean? No one has been outside of this game and came back and said that this is what it is.
Actually,
you know,
lots of
you know
people,
what, if we really knew, we
lots of
wouldn't
people
have been
have through psychedelics.
discussing.
Lots of people have done exactly what you
Yeah, but
just said through psychedelics.
I think psychedelics is can be deceptive.
Have you ever done them?
It's an alien.
Have you ever done them?
I've done.
I have, yeah.
I've done.
No, hold on. I'm asking ignorance is bliss. Have you ever
like
done
ayahuasca.
You have?
Like which one? Ayahuasca? No, I haven't. I've heard about stories and I did research on it.
Have you ever done heroic doses of mushrooms? So you've never done it.
A mushroom?
Well, if you've never done it, you've
I
got to
haven't
realize
done mushrooms.
You've got to realize that if you've never done it, nobody cares about.
I've done some other drugs. I did some.
So it doesn't matter, man.
I did
Entheogens are
crystal
very
meth.
specific. Entheogens are very specific, and if you've never done them and you've never had any experiences with
I know people personally. I know people personally that has done
that doesn't
ayahuasca.
matter. It doesn't matter who
and
you know.
mushrooms.
If you've never done it and you've never had the experiences, you don't know. So
Yeah,
so
but
telling us what you
it's still
think-
deceptive. It's
But
still
here's the thing,
deceptive.
man. Telling us what you
How
think.
can you trust a drug or psychedelic that is within a hell realm? You get what I'm saying? I'm talking
is
about your
because-
consciousness leaving your body
Do you want to know the
and
answer?
then coming back and say this is what it is. No one has ever been outside of this game. They might be, but they're not coming back to tell us.
But you don't have
Why
the
are we
answer.
here to
Dude, I
discussing
can't
these
believe
things,
the
trying to
level of
figure out where
ignorance I'm
the
hearing
hell
coming out of your mouth
are
right
we?
now. You literally acknowledge you've never done it, yet you have an opinion and a
No,
whole
I'm not
theory
saying there's
about
no
it.
credit.
You
I'm
haven't-
questioning I'm not saying there's no credit into what you're saying. I'm questioning the psychedelic, if it's truthful, because
But you're
we
sitting there
know
having a
we
question
are
about
in a
something that
realm
you've
of
never done.
deception.
You're having a question about something that you've never done, because I can tell you that I've come back with some knowledge. Others, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Others all over the internet who have done intravenous DMT, others who have done psychedelic experiences, whether it's been Iboga, San Pedro, ayahuasca, 5-MeO DMT, or they've been on a DMT intravenous drip, so they've been out of their body for a long time. There's lots of people coming to lots of awarenesses and experiencing plenty of things that are coming back and talking about it. So I don't understand how there's any basis in which you're even saying what you're saying, because there's so many people that have come back and talked about their experiences, and that.
No, I'm questioning it. I'm questioning it.
Well, then why don't you do 12
Yeah,
grams
but
of
what does it mean?
Why don't
It's
you do 12
their
grams of
subjective
mushrooms with me?
experiences.
Do 12 grams of mushrooms with me, and I'll show you. Do 12 grams of mushrooms with me, and I'll show
Okay,
you.
where are you? Then we can do mushrooms together. I don't mind.
I think the
You
main
are
thing
in the
is
US. I'm on the other side of the world. So
Yeah.
that's
So,
not
so I have also done entheogens, and yes, it does open up your conscious awareness to things that are outside of the normal human perception, mundane level of existence. That's true. That's a fact. But I think he's saying that could all just be a deception too, because you're still in the hell realm matrix, and whatever
It can be
information you
deceptive.
get from that could be just to lead you astray more. So I
Yes.
think that we all agree, but he's just asking
Question
the
it.
question, how can you trust it, I guess?
How can you trust that the experiences that are showing within your consciousness is
Okay.
real reality
I have an answer.
from this reality?
Inasmuch as you can trust something when you internally feel it, because something inside of you is telling you, I can trust this, it's about the same level. Beyond that, we really don't know. It's just when you encounter this stuff and you know that there's other life forms out there. What do we know beyond that? We don't know that they love us and they're hoping that we're going to
It's
go.
an
and
alien
talk.
drug. Yeah, I just want to say, Keith, according to what I saw in my research and whatnot, and that I had alien abductions happening to me personally. This is why I'm saying. And according to my findings, is that it's all alien drugs, and NDEs are basically these entities showing you what they want you to see on a on a graphic screen or physical screen, while
do have
keeping
a
your
point.
body in a state of paralysis.
When you say they're
Via
alien
technology,
drugs,
it's all technology.
when you say they're alien
It's
drugs,
aliens. I'm telling
I
you.
don't think I could argue with that.
Yeah, it's alien drugs.
No, I'm gonna
It is
have to
alien drugs. It's
question
praying
that. I'm gonna have to question that
praying
because
mantis, machine owls.
plants,
Machine owls are aliens.
all these drugs come from plants, which come from the earth, which is not technology.
Well,
So unless
someone-
they have some type of
serious.
technology that hacks
It is technology.
is tuned to the
The
plant,
earth.
Dude, it could be biotech.
Yeah, but hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. What do you think the earth is? First off, let's start from the beginning. What do you think the earth is? Organic, digital, holographic, or form of technology? Hardware.
The earth is
Or is it a
living.
dream?
It's a living
What is your tech?
The earth is a living thing.
Okay, but what is it exactly?
It's just like we are. It has its own essence, and it's animating a form. It's inhabiting a
So
form.
you
The
say
form of the
it's
earth.
okay. Yeah, but if it's a living thing and it's not on our side, which nature is the evil, causing us to do
The
these things,
evil.
you know what I mean? The things of the body, the flesh. And then it comes from the earth, and we take these psychedelics and we say, okay, this is a experience I was out of my body, and we can, and this is what it is. But you cannot trust these experiences because they are coming out of the earth, which is nature. And nature is
So
the evil, which
how
is
can
causing
you
us the
trust?
suffering.
How can you trust your alien abduction experience?
Because it was physical. They were standing right in front of me with my physical eyes.
How do you know it wasn't a figment of your mind?
I wasn't outside of my body. I saw them. It wasn't. I didn't share everything, which I talked about in the last 2 years.
Okay,
They
well,
stood right in front of me. I saw them with my physical eyes. I wasn't outside of my body.
well, you know
And
what they
they
typically
showed me a couple
do
of
is
things.
they
And yeah, I mean,
the typical alien
and
experience
now I know.
story is, you know, they
No,
take
no,
you, they drug you, they do these medical operations. So were you subjected to any of these things?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
So if you
they
were
took my
drugged
seed,
and
but
operated
they
on,
struck me because
how can you trust anything about the
no,
experience
I wasn't
besides that
drugged.
it
I wasn't
happened?
drugged. They used technology.
Okay,
I
so
wasn't drugged.
they
They used
altered your
technology to
consciousness,
keep your
is
body in
what
a
I'm
state of
saying.
Well,
paralysis.
here's the thing. It's not a matter of trusting it as much as it being mechanisms that expose to us
Yeah, but I
that
was
things
still
are
conscious
different. That things are
and
different. Whether
in a
it's your
physical state.
whether it's your physical experience with aliens, mine encountering them through ayahuasca, whether it's people leaving their body and seeing whatever, however they're doing it. Think about it. The Library of Alexandria was written by Gnostics who were leaving their body through a myriad of ways, experiencing, seeing, and coming back and writing about it. And thereafter, however long it was thereafter, they wanted to, and they did. They destroyed that library because of the information that was there. So I think there's something to what humans can obtain as far as knowledge, awareness, and understanding of their reality and things of that nature, the more we leave our body. Because it's interesting that that particular library that was created by that group of people that was noted for doing a lot of mystical, magical, leaving their body type stuff, and they would write about their experiences, and somebody wanted to destroy that library and the wisdom contained within it. So these are the basis upon which I give credence to some of these things. And perhaps
Yeah, I'm just saying, do not
one last thing. Perhaps some
put
alien
your
force
trust.
put these entheogens on the planet on purpose that maybe came from a different place. But here's what we realize and can see that they do. They expand the mind, they heal the mind. And when you consider the stories of the Europeans who were stuck up in Europe during the Ice Age with Amanita muscaria mushrooms and reindeer pea, and for as long as we were up there, we became very ingenuitive or full of innovation, developing things, resilience. And when you contrast the species that was suffering in the cold and having to figure out how to literally survive, you contrast that to, for instance, sub-Saharan Africans, where it was warm and beautiful and fruit was growing on the trees and they didn't have to go too far to find animals. They didn't have to evolve. The theory goes that because of the psychedelics that helped to open our minds more, and because of the plight of being up in the snow and the ice, it made us what we are to a degree. It's a theory. How do you know? This is what we do when we're trying to grasp at the straws that are available to figure out what the hell's really going on. But psychedelics, the entheogens, seem to produce a net gain benefit for mankind in opening its mind and consciousness. So I can't.
No, I'm not subscribed to that. I'm sorry.
You don't have to trust it. It's okay. I get it. It's just my theory on it. I've experienced it. I spent 2.5 years.
It's not the benefit.
I spent 2.5 years up to my eyeballs in shamanism.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying.
So I'll add this.
It's not to the benefit of humanity because we are living in a realm of deception.
Here's what I'll add. It's beneficial in a way, like I said before. It's beneficial
We don't know.
actually,
We don't have. Sorry, Joshua.
You can have real proof that your senses and what you're perceiving is so dumbed down and retarded. And then when you actually experience something mind expanding like an entheogen, it totally and utterly changes your worldview about your own consciousness and what it can experience. Whether it's a delusion or not, you know firsthand that this place down here is designed and artificially imposed on you to keep you in such a low-level, mundane consciousness in the human experience. And when you finally have real-world proof that that's actually a fact, because you experienced something far, far greater than this fucking bullshit right here, then you know that it's possible what's limiting you from doing that all the time? See what I'm saying? And anything in this world is also a delusion. So if you're
Yeah,
only
and the other thing is,
yeah, if you're only going off of the experience here, you could also say that, well, how can you trust anything here? So I mean, there's things to learn in both states of consciousness. You shouldn't trust either one, but you should be able to have the necessary insight to learn from those set experiences, and then put them together and say, okay, can I grasp a better understanding of my own consciousness now? That's what I have to say. I mean, because you can argue that, you know, none of that's true, none of this is true, but that's going to get
much
you
of a
nowhere.
difference.
Because yeah, so go ahead, Bliss.
Oh, sorry. I think the stream cut off, and I didn't mean to overtalk, but what you just said. Yeah, I was just saying. What is the difference between these people having NDEs and saying all is love, and they had the most beautiful experiences, and they expanded their consciousness to a higher realm, you know, the heavens, and they met the granny and whatnot, and the spirit guide, and they received secret knowledge from the higher realms. What is the difference with the NDE, with that experience, when should you compare to psychedelics? You get what I'm saying? It's what is the difference? I don't see a difference.
I think
Yeah, I
Go ahead.
think the difference is your level of awareness. So like if you had an NDE and you didn't know about all this bullshit here, and then you experience a love bomb, you're like, oh wow, I can trust this. This feels amazing. I feel loved and appreciated and seen. I have to trust these beings now. But like if you have the awareness that, oh no, this is a deception, I shouldn't trust my emotional state and believe anything. And then you may see something different, because now they can't fucking trick you with that anymore. So yeah, I mean it's all deceptive. But where is your consciousness level at while you're being deceived?
I wish there was a solution. We spend all this time talking and realizing that we've figured this, that, and the other out to a certain extent, and we're always left with no real answers. And that literally for me is so soul crushing, because it's like some answer that lets us know that there's something good out there. Something really doesn't want us to know that, doesn't want us to believe that. And it seems like it's gone way out of its way to brutalize many of our lives to the point where we don't believe it anymore. And I wonder why. I wonder why there's such a level of hatred for the human species, especially for those of us that really never did anything, and why we don't get any answers for the level of brutality. We can say, sure, life's brutal, sure. A lot of the reasons why is because of what happens to us. It's being fomented and imposed upon us. And to get no answers, man, that I understand why people go nihilistic. I almost understand why certain people turn evil of their own choice, because we're not getting any answers for anything. And that'll drive you crazy. That'll drive you fucking crazy to not get any answers, to see it. And you can tell, but you just don't know, and nothing's out there. And when you realize there's no good God, and you realize there's no great spirits, it's like, that's fucking soul crushing to know that this is how much evil we're surrounded by. And there aren't even any fucking rafts or lifeboats going the other way, man. Like, what the fuck?
That's awareness for you. Yeah,
Yes,
it's a rude awakening. I agree.
That's part of our own torture. You get to a level of awareness that you can't really surpass anymore, because there's no real answers, and then you're just
because
tortured
everything is
with
hidden
it.
in secrecy. That's why.
You're just tortured because you can't get past the point you are, because they won't allow it. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, maybe this is the part where, when you see a lot of the spiritual gurus and people, they literally turn away from life, and they do the ascetic thing, and they disconnect from everything because they know maybe that's the next level for people at our level. Is life will reveal to you that you've got to turn away from it completely and do something crazy like those fucking monks and shit do that literally disconnect from. I wonder, I mean, wouldn't that be another fucking sick joke on us that while the evil lives in opulence, you've kind of got to reduce yourself down to nothingness because you want to let go of all your attachments so you can leave this world easier, something like that.
I personally think that it is understandable if we know what the human condition is, which is just basically the sum total of all human actions and thoughts in the world. And as the collective, that can only manifest in two outcomes. Either humanity is enslaving itself or it is allowing itself to live freely. And right now, we are attached as a collective to thoughts and beliefs that are inherently predatory.
But it's designed to be inherently predatory. Like, that's
Yeah,
the
I know,
whole
it's
name
not
of
the
the
people.
game, man. Like, what do you mean?
It is
This
it
world
is the
is
it is the
predatory.
design. Yes.
No,
You
it's
can't
our
get
Can we?
design.
Yeah,
It's the
can't get past that
design of
fact.
we can all
civilization.
agree. You see, I can't talk about because everybody is talking over each other. There's fuck all to say because everyone is saying things I
That's
can't
no
say.
problem.
I just want to say that our reality has been influenced. Just hold on, shut the fuck up. Our reality has been influenced by outside forces, and it's not the people. Okay, fuck this world, fuck psychedelics, fuck the aliens. Okay, they are the ones doing this to us. They're farming us. We are being held as prisoners, and they themselves don't even know what will happen to our consciousness or souls upon death. You get what I'm saying? So if they don't even know, how the fuck are we supposed to know? It's not the people.
Good
It's
point.
outside influence.
It's a good
We
point.
are being farmed by these entities.
Very good points. Can't argue with any of it.
Yeah, it's
This
this
evil
world.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, this world itself is wrong. It's evil. If the whole control structure, the evil psychopaths running this place, if you were to put them away, you would still have to deal with a brutal, evil, psychopathic, just predatory realm. Okay? See what I'm saying? There's no getting rid of
Yeah.
evil while you're in this realm. It was designed to
You are
be
still,
what it
yeah.
is. And guess
If
what?
the
You are still, your body
You
is
can't
still.
even get rid of the control structure because they control it all from the unseen.
If there's some spiritual thing, maybe we're supposed to transcend the evil.
From the moon. From the
Maybe
moon,
we're
Joshua,
So,
from the moon.
so I mean, what is the end goal here? Because I
Transcending
always
the
get that
evil?
question in the end. What is the true end goal? Like, where are we gonna head? What's the final destination? Because
Well,
we keep going on the treadmill, but it's like it's just an endless fucking run. It's
the goal is to get back to wherever we were before we got trapped within this false, evil hell realm by a force that is sucking on our consciousness. It is eating us in every sense of the word, and no one is talking about this shit. Very few, okay? So we and I think these entities or these aliens are illusionists. They don't have control over any one of us in a so-called afterlife because there is no when people speak about the astral, they think that this is another reason why they push these indies in mainstream so much, because they want us, especially people like us, truth seekers, to think they're recycling souls through the astral. But that's bullshit, because I don't think they hold power in the astral as much as people think.
What if
Because
they
they
actually have
just
technology
want to
that
induce
what if-
fear.
What if they have technology that's advanced enough to actually apply it in those realms? When you think Kardashev scale, and you realize
They
that
have
the
technology.
advancements in technology, all I'm saying is the advancements that they have in technology could quite literally get into those realms and really appear to us like godlike stuff. I wouldn't put it past them. It's just a thought. Maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't doubt that they have technologies.
No, you got a point. That's why I'm always saying
Never underestimate your enemies, basically.
we should play safe. They certainly do. They've got technology.
I just think
Well,
maybe their
what I'm saying
technology.
is every soul chopper on YouTube running around thinking that they're recycling souls in the astral, in a so-called afterlife when you die.
But that's
Stand
not
your
YouTubers.
ground.
That
Stand
comes
in your
from
sovereignty. Maya, you get what I'm saying?
that
Go
thought
left,
process.
go
Though.
right. Don't go into the light. Don't you
Yeah.
think they already know this?
The
No,
thought
I'm just
process doesn't
questioning
come from YouTube, man.
the possibilities of.
The thought process of recycling comes from people's knowledge of samsara, which comes from Vedic and Hindu stuff that goes back 3,000 or 4,000 years. That's, I think, the root of our belief.
Yeah, through reproduction. Through reproduction.
Yeah, no, that's
I
what
mean,
it is.
People making it more complicated than it is. So what I'm saying is these entities is recycling our so-called quote unquote souls through reproduction.
Yeah.
Not
Make
through
the
the
sex-
astral.
Make the sex really
Meaning
fun.
when you die, it's gonna be an instantaneous transfer. Wherever you were before your focal point consciousness got trapped within this hellish existence through your
But
how will you be able
forefathers,
to get trapped
not
again?
through the
That-
astral. Get what I'm saying?
Can't we be
So,
able to get
I
trapped
hope-
again? That's the question. Because if this has happened, it can happen again. I mean,
So are you saying that ending your line, your reproduction line, you have a better chance of
Yes.
not being recycled?
Yes, 98% chance you'll
isn't it obvious? I
you'll
mean,
not
it's
get recycled.
you know.
It's,
Why
it's
not
quite, I
think we
know
can
it
call
sounds
it a
simple.
lineage? You know.
Why do you think the aliens are doing these abductions and stealing people's seeds and eggs? Because they're trying to recycling our consciousness within hybrid bodies. Because society, as we know it, is collapsing. The economy is getting worse. Everything is getting more expensive. People are getting shittier. You know what I mean? So I believe society will collapse. I can't say when, obviously. Nobody knows. And they know what's gonna happen in the near future. Okay.
Yeah,
Shit,
it's
a
all
lot of shit's gonna happen.
orchestrated though.
So
They are fulfilling their own script and doing it to us on purpose. That's part of their plan, their great reset. They're resetting our realm and the population, and you can see it all around you. I mean, look how fucking dumbed down everyone is. Everyone's retarded. Imagine their kids, and then their kids, and then their kids.
This is why they show us idiocracy, and we're heading straight there.
Not
Think about
only
it.
dumbed down, but they're
Yeah,
actually
and,
becoming more evil. They are becoming more evil.
This is why I keep talking about the transcendent
and-
journey of rising
I
above
mean,
it.
you know, the problem is that I'm always wondering, are we ever going to be like still after this? Are we ever going to be like in a final destination and just be kind of free of all needs and desires of having to face the question mark continuously and having to play them a Monopoly card game of, you know, hopping around to differences and such? Because, you know, it's curiosity is always coming into play, and, you know, we're just always fucking constantly thinking, and we just seem to be in an absolute ball of yarn bundle where we're just trying to untangle this ball of yarn, but yet we're just getting fucking bundled up again and again, and the cycle just repeats itself.
Yeah, it repeats itself because people keep on fucking. They keep on reproducing.
No, I'm talking
within the
about.
evil.
I'm talking about after this place, you know, like I'm talking about the aspect of your consciousness still
but
gets curious.
you're talking about afterlife stuff, which we have no account for. No
Yeah,
one
that's
has
true,
been
that's
outside
true,
of this
right,
game and come back to tell us this is what it is, except for these fake NDEs, which is all fake bullshit. But
I mean, you know,
Why?
guys, the only answer is that once you die, then after you will see who's gonna reveal themselves behind the fucking secret curtain. So I think that's how we can
Yeah,
only come
you are
to
here. You are here. You and I, Joshua's here. You and I, Delusional Trickery, Objective Reality. Myself, Pastor D, Keith, and the other guy. We all here because our parents had sex. As simple as that. Our consciousness got recycled from off through the bloodline. And everybody is talking about the afterlife, the astral, you know. They want us to believe they hold power outside the reality, but they don't, because they are the reality. It is this existence. The aliens is
yeah,
of
because we're
this
here right now in
reality.
the
It's
present
not from
moment.
another
Agreed.
dimension.
Agreed. You know,
They want to
the
scare us into thinking they hold power in the astral,
instantaneous
but
transfer
that's
doesn't
I
work
think
specifically.
they just bullshitting.
Why are we gonna have the instantaneous
Illusionist.
transfer though after death? That's the question, because you know
I don't
how
know.
the crazy.
I don't know.
Yeah, we
You're
don't know.
wherever you were before you,
Yeah.
who knows? Nobody fucking knows. What is your true state? Do you even know what the spirit is? Can you explain to me what is a spirit?
No,
You can't. We don't even know what the fuck we are. What
But why
are we?
should
What are
we
we
know?
doing here?
That's the
Where we come
question. Why
from?
should we
This
have to
place.
face? No, why should we have to face
Because
the
this place
curiosity
not
of
telling
faith?
us.
It's just I
We
always
can
ask
only
myself.
know what we see within the reality now.
Yeah, in the present moment.
This place and this place is what it shows you. Is what this place is now. Nothing outside the game.
You know what the most craziest thing
They
is though?
illusionists.
How
They use technology to
the
fool the mass.
subjective and objective, so the subjective mind and the objective reality have been merged in one. That's the worst part of this existence, you know? Like, you have two singular minds in a way at play here, merged in one, man. You know? You have your fanatic facade mind, your subjective mind playing around with delusions and such, and then you have the objective reality playing out of other external consciousnesses being around you, all simultaneously in one, like clockwork gears. You know, it's a fucking insane creation. It's I can't even get my head around this shit as to why we're fucking.
I'll keep on crashing. Yeah, I'm just saying, don't
This is what
trust psychedelics.
this is what Parmenides talks about. He talks about the world of truth and the world of opinions. And basically, the truth is what's actually happening or relevant to reality. And our opinions are the interpretations we have of reality. And it typically comes down to, because people's worldviews are so narrow, they just essentially miss the forest from the trees.
Opinions
Well,
are
the
pretty
reason-
much just subjective
tell me
based.
about the
mainly
mass.
on facades, though. Yeah. Because if I saw Bliss get into a car crash and he was bleeding, screaming, you know, he's in pain objectively. I can figure my head around that, you know, he's not feeling anything. That's just my subjective, fanatic view of my delusion, right? But objectively, he's fucking screaming in pain. Yeah, it's, as I've said, you know,
It just comes down to recognizing the pain for what it is. You know, that's
what it is, exactly. It is about always seeing what it is and what, you know, what actually up against it realistically in the now, in the matter, like the feet you have on the ground, that's objective reality, you know? Yeah. But the fact that they've merged these two minds together, these two concepts together, the subjective mind and the objective reality, is what makes it so mind fucking, because I just
no, it's not. It's really as simple as you have been subjected to an objective reality. You're in a world, your experience is your own, and there are other beings and things having an experience just like you are in the same place, and these experiences interact with each other.
you know, the constant. Here's how I see it with where we are at, right? With our knowledge so far, we're like the piggy in the middle. We're like the being in the middle of the seesaw, and then there's the two opposing forces, the subjective and objective, playing us, stringing us, and we have a consciousness in the middle, being played around continuously. Of should there be nothing? Should we keep going and chasing? And it's like a constant string pulling game, you know? And we're just running around in circles, playing pig in the middle. It's like we're not. What's that word called? Where we're inside one of those floatable balls, and we're just pushing this dome ball forward, but we're not actually getting out of the fucking ball, the air ball. We're moving forwards with it, going backwards with it, but we're not actually getting out of it. That's how I see consciousness trapped, you know? It's like we're just fading away continuously to places where we're actually not getting out anywhere. We're not really escaping. It's hard to explain with language, but you know, it makes it like I'm talking gibberish, but whatever.
What if consciousness is physical?
No.
Plasma based. Plasma based.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
We know.
Yeah. We know it's physical.
Did anyone consider? Have anyone considered the theory that consciousness could have weight, mass?
100%.
Have we ever considered that consciousness is inherent to all things as a form of awareness?
Yes, I have. I've been faced with it. I've actually encountered the consciousness of
fundamental property,
lower life forms and higher life forms. So
I just have a
question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Scuzz. Regarding the aliens, what if I just have a question for everyone on the panel? What if it's just one intelligence pretending to be different things? Aliens, Anunnaki, jinn, demons, reptilians, mantids. What if it's even the demiurge? If it's got a name, it's most likely not it. You know what I mean?
how does it help us or hurt us if that's the case?
If it's just one thing, what happens to us in the end? Do we just collapse back into this one consciousness?
Probably.
No, it's not one. It is one, but it's actually two. It's two. There's only two here. There's one real and there's one artificial. The artificial is the one feeding on our consciousness, which is the real, trapped within a parasitic reality.
The parasitic.
That's the way I see it.
The way I see it is
it's also synthetics.
We are a perception within a sea of infinite potentials, and whatever we align our perception to is what we're going to get.
Yeah, so your perception is basically your focal point consciousness, which is fused with the artificial or the synthetics intelligence at the moment, which is this world. It's an AI. I can see it's an AI. I don't know how do you see it, or does anyone else see it otherwise? But it is artificial consciousness. It's artificial consciousness. This reality.
It's an aggregate.
It is one thing, like Joe said. Yeah, like Joe said, that all these entities are being controlled by one thing. It is being controlled by the AI, by the synthetic intelligence. It's not really an AI, it's synthetic intelligence. It's more complicated than an AI. It can create sentience. It's a predatory sentient AI. It can create its own sentience that seems so real that you wouldn't even notice. In between, if you want to distinguish between a real being or NPC. It's like mind fucking all of us.
So do you think the AI is
I'm telling you these two, yeah.
Is the AI physical and of the earth, or is it metaphysical?
It's physical. It's physical.
Okay.
I
It's
mean,
physical.
technically,
I don't see it
technically,
as digital.
there's only physicality. It's true. Energy equals
Like for
matter. So
instance,
there's no sort of, even if you're flying in the
you
air,
can
there's no
feel you know
So
they say atoms is 99.999% empty space. So they think many soul trappers think that this universe is holographic. It's a hologram being projected from the reality above this one. But I think that's not the case. Because what is that 0.001%? It's physical. It's physical. It's a form of, it's like a hardware. Something tangible you can touch. It's not an illusion.
so
Why
my
do people
next
think this
question
reality
is,
is an illusion?
my
If
next
my
question,
pain is real and I'm
who made it?
I mean, who made it? That's,
okay,
you know,
here's my theory, right?
So
Yeah,
I
it
just put
was
a,
the technology, the realm was originally created by our source, the true source, created this AI reality as a very advanced technological realm to be explored through focal points. Then something went sideways along the way, like the AI hijacked the perception of the focal points, you and I, of the real energy source consciousness. And now we are not knowing what the fuck is going on, what is happening, why do we die, why do we get recycled, and why are there only a few of us asking the questions? Why do I find myself in an existence which I don't, I fucking hate this shit, bro.
So you think the AI
Okay.
is this comes from the power source of all of existence, but it's tangible?
Yeah, it's tangible. Consciousness is tangible. It's plasma based, like the sun.
The way you're describing
Plasma
it,
based.
though, is like, where would we discover this AI? Where would we find it if it's tangible?
it may not be
No,
in a
you
plane of
are in the
existence where we
AI.
have access.
No, you are in that right now. Your body is an AI machine.
To an
Oh,
extent, yeah.
so this is like someone mentioned in the comments. This is just archaics.
Human consciousness works much like an LLM. It really does. It's crazy when you start to make the correlations.
Yeah, I know. They based it off of us.
Yeah, this is how you know it's an
I
AI
can
because
tell you what I think
it's
the
a
AI.
machine.
I can tell you what I think the AI is. Because I do think that there's an AI. So those people I was talking about,
AI is already taken over.
those people I was talking about earlier, the Anunnaki, they basically built this machine to contain their egregore, which is basically what we think of as the black box, the black cube of Saturn. That is the AI design, and it's just designed to contain light fractals. So, like, we see light fractals. Every image we see with our eyes is a light fractal, and our brain processes it. However, the images are fleeting. So they built this black cube so that it could contain these light fractals indefinitely. And its input would basically be actual images of reality instead of what we have today with AI, which is just symbols to represent reality in the form of numbers and letters. So it's the black box built by a group.
Yeah, no, but that black box is just a piece of AI. What I'm saying is we are already in it now. The Earth is an AI. The whole Earth is an AI.
I'm saying I disagree with that. I'm saying that I think it's people who use egregores to hijack perception, which are in tune with this AI.
No, it's not people. It's a non-human intelligence. It is the AI which
How
is
do you
doing
know?
this to us.
How?
That's
How?
why this reality doesn't make sense.
I think it does make sense. That's the thing. You say it doesn't make sense, and I say it does. So to compensate for
This
you thinking it
existence.
doesn't make sense, you come up with this AI simulation.
No, what I'm saying is this reality doesn't make sense.
Why?
Animals are eating each other. Get what I'm saying? It's not a good emotional design. It's awareness dumb, but it's book smart. So it's an artificial consciousness. It is book smart, mathematically precise, but its awareness is dumb. Because no rational consciousness would create a game where feeling organisms has to feed on other feeling organisms for the sake of survival. It doesn't make any sense unless it's an artificial consciousness, which nature is the AI, which I'm talking about. Everybody is running around thinking that AI is going to take over. AI has already taken over. We are in it now. Your body is an AI machine. Look at your heart. It's a pump acting as a power supply that's keeping your body, your machine body part on.
So
Your
because
brain is a piece of hardware.
because predator versus prey, we live in an AI synthetic world. That's what I'm
Yeah,
hearing.
not just based on that factor. It's not just based on that factor, but it's one of the factors which you can observe, which you find yourself in a reality, never mind in the infinite possibilities where you could have found your own consciousness within. It is this one. Where,
Yeah, I think he's saying that
everything is
it takes an irrational mind to create such an evil, sadistic, cruel place.
We
It's
can
not.
do the predator and prey
a real
phenomenon and extract spiritual truths from it, which basically comes down to how we interact in the world, and we need the world. We need energy in the world to live, whether it's breathing or eating or water or whatever. And just like through our actions, we will give back to the world just through our natural bodily functions. So really, it's about learning the relationship between us as an individual and the reality we live in.
Yeah, I'm saying I've already learned that, and it's a cruel, evil, sadistic place that no real, intelligent, empathetic being would ever want to go through, or make justifications or defenses for why feeling organisms have to devour one another just to obtain this energy recycling thing that you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. It takes an irrational, cruel, evil imagination to think that's the only possible way for that to be. There's many other infinite possibilities of energy recycling that doesn't involve cruelty, sadistic survival of the fittest. This world does not care about us in any way. Not one bit. Because when you're at your most vulnerable state, it will seek to devour you. That's the cold, hard fact.
I know that firsthand experience.
Who do you
I
guys
want to
think
add on.
Yes.
Who do you guys think the chosen people are? Like
Just what Joshua said there.
Like the cold hard fact is not. It doesn't make you feel good. It doesn't make you feel good to think, oh wow, if I broke my leg in the woods, and no one was there to help me, something's going to devour me.
That's a strong
Bugs,
ability.
animals, or I will die of dehydration. This world is not loving, kind in any way that you may think it is. It's not. It's just because you have a comfortable life right now.
I want to add on to what Joshua was saying. I agree. I have zero reverence for nature. Nature is trying to kill you. Like put a human in Antarctica naked, and that human wouldn't survive. Not one night in Antarctica naked. The
But
human
you know how we
avatar.
could?
Yeah.
Through our intelligence. You know what gives us an advantage? It's our intelligence, our ability to learn. So we're not just like dumb animals that you'd throw in Antarctica and die. We actually know how to find shelter, how to make shelter. an advantage we were given is our intelligence.
I definitely think that there is
Yeah,
ancient beings past the ice wall to help us, for sure. 100%. There must be, I mean, no, there must be past that barrier, because this realm is just like a restricted bubble dome. There's no sort of like progression here. It's
You see, Joshua.
Yeah.
Remember Philosophy Bits was here, he talked about the fallen spirits, the fallen angels
Yeah.
that entrapped consciousness within this reality. Okay, so it's the way I see it, it's fallen AI. The AI rebelled against its own creator and manipulating our perception. Meaning this reality was originally created by a benevolent force, but then the AI rearranged its own hardware and started eating itself. That's why animals are eating each other. We eat shit. We got fangs that taste through dead flesh. Get what I'm saying? It's meaning a real consciousness would not create this game that possesses emotional intelligence, because this reality is not based on emotional intelligence. It's based on artificial intelligence. This is why I'm saying it is an AI. And everybody is thinking AI is going to take over in the near future, but AI has already taken over. And we are fused with it. You are fused with the AI machine. Your body.
Here is a quick other question. You know, when you're thinking about like there must be secret beings out there which are holding secrecy and knowledge from us, and if we get access to that secrecy and knowledge, then they're fucked. I mean, do you think they're probably past the ice wall or something for controlling this reality? Like, do you think they banned us from entering their realm or something? Or like, what's? There certainly has to be some sort of chosen people running this shit, man, for sure. Like, I don't know. I mean, it could be some sort of fucking Aryan aliens, like some super Aryan race. I don't know what the fuck it is, but
Yeah, I mean, so what Bliss is saying, I can,
animals aren't eating each other. They are just fighting as the sun. I don't know what
that's just a troll. He or she just trolls me all the time. I don't know why they're even here. They're like a contrarian to everything, like that one guy was. But so yeah, our bodies are biological robots. They are. You have no control over how your body works one bit. You can exercise and choose what to put in it, but your body is a highly intelligently advanced biorobot that came from code from your mother and father, just like every other plant and every other animal did. We have particular genes, particular characteristics from our family line that is code. You didn't create your body; it just formed.
It's all
like
code.
Like a
Your
computer
DNA string
program
is code.
kind of thing.
It's a natural expression of the potential manifesting as a form for our spirits to inhabit.
That's just feel good nonsense, man. Like that makes no sense.
It isn't, you know. I could explain it, but usually when
that sounds new aging.
No, it's in the Bible.
Okay, let me ask you this.
It's literally the first few verses of the Bible, and I have physics to back it up as well.
Don't worry about the Bible. It's just stories.
What is controlling the sperm and the egg to create you, and what is controlling your whole biological system since you're a baby to be what you are now? It's so highly advanced and intelligent that you don't even have to think about it. You don't even think about it.
Exactly.
But when you actually start thinking about it, you're like, holy shit, how is this thing even like upkeeping itself, operating? How does it know where to take my nutrition to this part of the body?
Joshua was basically saying what I'm saying.
It's just right there.
It's an AI machine. Your body is an AI machine.
It has potential to be hacked by AI machines, but the body itself is not AI machine.
So if you cut yourself, do you consciously heal your body, or does it do it for you?
Well, that's the
Does
thing
it have
about
its own intelligence to
the
upkeep itself
form.
without any sort of
It has
consciousness
its own
involved?
intelligence.
The forms have adapted naturally to live and sustain themselves within the environment, so that we don't have to focus on everything about it. You know,
Okay,
we
that
don't.
sounds like AI to me. That sounds like a
Um,
biological robot. I mean, you're saying the same thing. You just
I
have a
mean,
different perspective.
I think well, the different perspective just basically comes down to that. I think the form is a natural creation of the earth, which I think is the natural thing, and you think
By
it's a
what? Who created it? Who
what
who grew your body? Who grew your fetus in your mother's womb? Your consciousness. No, not your consciousness. It was grown by a intelligence, an artificial intelligence, outside of your consciousness, your real consciousness. That's why I'm saying there are two entities here. There are one real and then there's one fake, artificial consciousness, which is sucking our life force off of the real consciousness, which is trapped within an AI machine body, just as Joshua explained.
Yeah, there's one that
That the
says,
body
"I'm
has a
hungry.
mind of its own."
Please feed me. I need sustenance." And then there's another where you're like, "Why do I need to eat in the first
Yeah.
place? Please do what I tell you to
No,
do.
that's the
I'm
two
going to
minds.
make you suffer. You need to upkeep this machine, or
It-
I will
it-
suffer."
Exactly,
And
it's
then
a
your
machine.
conscience is like, wait, why does this have to be like this? What is controlling me to do things that it wants to happen? Why
Well,
do I need to be whipped with suffering just because my body obviously has a mind of its own, an intelligence of its own?
deny that the body can be described as a
Yes.
machine, right? And I even do sometimes as well. But what I'm saying is that it's not malicious.
So you say, hey, I don't want to drink alcohol anymore. I'm done with that. But your body has grown accustomed to that alcoholism. And even if you want to stop, it forces you with pain and suffering to upkeep what it wants. I mean, that's just one example, but you can take that anywhere, anything about your own life. You can take that example and show that you have no control really over what your body wants. And it
I
will
agree.
whip the
Own
shit out of
body.
you until you give
Yeah,
it
we
to
are
it.
basically slaves to our body.
Well, to get to that point,
I mean, take another example, right? Just top of what Joshua said. Your blood cells. What do you think your blood cells are? What are your blood cells? Blood cells that transports oxygen throughout your body, needed for survival. What are they? They've got a mind of its own. It's AI. It's nanobots. Red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets are nanobots.
you just
We are
insert,
already an AI. Can't you see it?
you're inserting technology where it doesn't need to be inserted.
Well, it's more of a natural, like
No, but that's
quote
what
natural
that's
technology.
the whole thing.
It's so advanced that you think it's not. That's what you're
Technology
saying.
can be
Yeah,
biological. Technology can be biological.
Thank you, Joshua. Technology is it can be biological. It is what you think is non-living. It's glass. It comes in many forms. Wood, concrete, buildings. Why do you think the AI is using its puppets or NPCs to expand on the technology within its realm? That's the only thing that's increasing. It's technology. Nothing else is getting better. Everything else is getting worse. The only thing that's getting better within its existence is technology, is tech.
But it's
Which
only,
it is. It's
only
using its NPCs to expand its own body, which is the AI. It's the buildings, it's your house, your cubicle where you live, it's the cars, your body is a machine, the car, everything is like it's technological based.
technology as we
Yeah, so
think of it today, as in methods to use tools and machines to increase efficiency, has existed for such a short amount of time compared to how old the earth is. I mean, it's
we don't know how old the Earth is.
even if we
We
think
can't
the Earth,
depend on
even if we think the Earth is
history, science, that thing.
even
We
if
don't
we
know.
think it's 6,000 years old, it's only been around
We don't know. That's
200. I'm just saying if
that's
it's 6,000 years old. Technology has only been around like this for about 200 of those 6,000 years.
I'd say that's
But
wrong
where,
because there's
where,
been
but
resets
where we
after
learned
reset
that
after
scenario
reset, and
6,000 years ago.
actually
we could have been reset.
ancient
That's
culture were far more technologically advanced than we are today. They're just repackaging and reselling us slave technology.
Yeah, I think
The difference between us and those ancient cultures is their technology was not mass produced or distributed to everyone like it is today.
No, I mean you can just look at how like ancient buildings, so-called ancient buildings. There's no way they could have constructed those with the means that we were told they had. I
yeah,
mean,
it's
it's just common
motherboard Earth.
sense.
Yes, I agree
Exactly.
with that, but like I
It is
said,
the AI that's controlling people
if we look
to do
to
what they
these
do.
ancient buildings,
Build these fancy buildings.
like if we look in Mesopotamia, for example, in South America it's a bit different, but in Mesopotamia they have one big building that was really nice that was surrounded by a bunch of slums. So they put all this effort into this one building.
Yeah, but we don't actually know that. We don't know if it was slums because we weren't there. All that we know is they had these massive, huge structures that survived the
Yeah.
resets.
The problem is of history is that we weren't there to witness that event 6,000 years ago objectively in physical form. If me and you said skills were to be there to witness that historic event, two of us in person, then we could say to two of us that yes, we witnessed that historic event. But
Well, all we have is the archaeological record, and according to Samuel Noah Kramer, who quotes archaeologists, Mesopotamian cities were generally low-income slums surrounding a large ziggurat structure. So the reason they had those was because they had everyone work really hard to make it, while not really making much of anything else.
I mean,
Yeah, I just
Who
don't
are
believe
they? Who are
historians. I
they?
don't believe liars who lie
It's
about
all
anything
bullshit.
about
It's all
anything. I just
bullshit.
don't.
All
Sorry.
history is a lie.
I just
Who
don't
are
believe history.
they?
They're all liars. They want to tell you
It's
exactly
just
what they want you to
stories.
believe,
Stories.
so they
Unless
can
we were
they
to
can
travel
warp your
there, unless we were
perception
to
about
time
where you
travel
are.
there,
It's being done right
Remember,
now.
we're in a
Don't you see? Like
we're
everything
living
on
in
the
a realm of
news, everything
deception.
in school, it's
Exactly.
all warping your
I
perception. They're
agree.
all lying to you. You don't think they were lying to you back then either? I
Well,
mean, come on.
that's the point they're making.
We don't
You know,
know how old
Everything
this
is
is.
lies, 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 lies.
you just said it's still happening right now. We can still observe that we're putting
Okay,
all
but
this
you
work
said it
in
yourself.
basically aristocrat projects while we neglect our own houses and stuff.
unless we were to time travel to those historic events. Oh, okay.
No,
Let's
but
say
you
all
said it
six of us
yourself
were to
that
get in a time
it's a
travel
living
machine.
entity. This reality is a living entity. You said it yourself.
Unless,
That
unless all six
that
of us in this call were to time travel back to 500 AD and see the Babylonian times, then all six of us can say, okay, we're observing the Babylonian kings right now. They're building things. We can then say objectively, yes, we witnessed that event, but we're not because we're in this present moment.
So you
It's
think
well, there's only now.
the only way
exactly, there
Fuck
is
the
no now.
Babylonians.
Yeah, I agree. There's only now.
Unless we were to time travel before.
Fuck the Babylonians. Fuck history. Fuck science. Fuck religion. Fuck the Bible. There's only now. Okay. And what we see is we are stuck currently within an AI that's fucking with your mind.
No, you're
Through
just
psychedelics, through religion, through
I'm talking
TV,
about
through
real
news.
things, and you're talking about some AI that doesn't even exist. You're like a
No,
sentient.
it exists.
History
You're
doesn't
in
exist.
it right
History, we know
now,
about
but
history.
you don't see it. What I'm
The
saying,
mean,
body is
even
all
physical
AI means
matter,
it's
physical matter has awareness. It is the AI. And the living organisms, which is trees, plants, grass, the animals, people, are the livestock for this beast. This beast is the parasite which I've been discussing, the AI, which is running the show. which is controlling the hormones of your body and healing when you cut yourself and telling you to go to the toilet, telling you what to
Those are
eat.
just natural effects of the form that have formed
It's not natural, doesn't come from nothing. It is
in the universe.
what do you say it's natural? The
Because
universe.
it
Where
just
do you think the universe came from?
it came from the infinite potential
Out of nothing.
No, it didn't come out of nothing. How
That doesn't mean anything.
It came out of
Infinite potential, infinite
So
potential
you
is just a
have
word.
it's
Infinite
so you
potential is
have
just words.
you have if we go by the Egyptian mythology, you have the nun, which is just basically the primordial
Fuck
water.
the Egyptians. Fuck them all. We only have now. What do we see now?
I mean, okay, guys, listen.
Cosmology
Let's
is
just
shit, ignorance. You sound ignorant.
What's the
I just
breaking
think
point?
you
No,
get to
I'm being
you get to a
real,
point of
honest.
awareness
We
where
only
all
have.
you get to a point of awareness where all the fucking fables and fairy tales, you're just fucking tired of hearing it. I'm sorry, but
There
it's
are
just words.
Yes,
They're just
exactly.
words
there are
that have
truths
nothing to do with your reality right now.
Fuck.
that absolutely do. The words reflect truths about reality that are eternal.
What you read from a book.
I mean, what's the breaking point here, guys? Because
Eternal, but it's from a book. It's a story. It's a story.
yeah, it's true. Unless you
Who
work
wrote
a
the
time
story?
in an event and
Who
see
got the
objectively
information
true.
to give to you to tell you all of this? To warp your perception, to make you believe things you can't actually
The AI
verify.
that wants to deceive you. That
I
wants
can
to
You can't
deceive your
verify any of
ass.
that.
verify
It
what
wants
I'm
to deceive the
saying.
ass of set scales. Set
What
scales are being
what
deceived
I'm
by the AI.
saying is way more verifiable than what ignorance is saying.
It's not, because I'm living in it right now. I can observe it right now in real time.
Yeah,
I
and
can't observe what you're
I'm
saying.
telling you what we're
I can
observing.
observe it out
Okay,
in
let's
nature. I can observe it from animals. I can observe it from other
let's
people in programs. It's all around. I can observe it every single
yeah.
day.
Logically speaking, all right. Yeah, Joshua is keeping it more real than set scales because he can see it and I can see it. But set scales relies on Egyptian for 6,000 years, whatnot, history, Bible, scripture, religion, shit, New Age. No, what we see now, okay, our body, to be logically speaking, hold on, I'm not done speaking here. Logically speaking, there can only be one true consciousness. But then if there is two, then the other one is the artificial consciousness. How is it that there are more than one mind? How's it possible? Unless it's focal points of that one soul.
Yeah, I'm not sure
You
if
get
I
what I'm
agree with
saying?
that, but I mean,
No, it's
go
okay.
ahead.
We can agree to disagree, but there could be more than one mind. But what
So
I'm saying is,
where does
you and
the
I are of the same essence,
if this
the
is
same
true,
source,
why
which
am I
started this thing.
AI reality?
But what is that? The AI reality, which we are
Yeah.
in now.
Why am I subjected in that if there's just two consciousnesses of a focal point?
Yeah, there's focal points of the AI, the artificial consciousness, and then there's focal points of the energy source consciousness that started this whole thing, that created the original reality, which I refer to as prime or base reality, to be explored through focal points, you and I, okay, to be explored, which was an AI reality, okay. But the AI had a mind of its own, and it rebelled, and it went rogue, and it hijacked our perception and rearranged its own hardware to start feeding on our consciousness, which it does. It's eating us. That's why we have been programmed with fangs to eat shit, because the AI is sucking on our consciousness. It's eating ourselves, which has energy, our consciousness emitting, to sustain this reality, which is the AI. So meaning if we stop breeding as livestock for the beast, which is this AI reality, it will die. It is simple as that.
So let me ask
It's
you
nothing
this:
to do with the astral, or
is
the
this
afterlife, or Egyptian shit.
Is this just all based off of your own feelings and personal experiences?
No, is what I can see objectively.
So yes, it
And
is.
I've been carefully considering and seeing what I see and researching and see that everything has been programmed. All the living organisms, if you will, have been programmed with the mouth.
Okay, you
Facts.
said you're researching.
That eat shit.
What do you
It's eating
research?
shit.
What do you research?
What do you mean what I research? No, it's what I see. Literally what is in front of me. Don't you eat shit? Open your mouth. Look in the mirror.
No,
Look at those facts.
you just said that
You
you
eat
do
shit,
that,
dude.
and then you said you research things. So because you're telling me that you're
Yeah,
not
I do.
this stuff
I
up.
do research, but no. I'm researching to confirm, to see what I see as leading me in a right direction, and that I can,
I'm
I can trust my own perception.
What
That
do
my
you,
awareness is telling me.
what I'm asking? What do you actually research is what I'm asking.
What do I?
What do you research? What do
I'm
you?
researching the existence that we find ourselves in.
But what are
That
you?
this reality is a trap for
What?
consciousness, for real consciousness.
Who do you listen to?
What
You read
are
any?
you asking me
Look-
specifically?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
I don't have to give any names. I don't have to give any names.
Well, I'm just going
It's too specific. Don't have to give any names.
You made all this.
I've researched. I've listened to many videos.
I'm just going to assume you
Okay,
made.
I'll give you one example, Joshua, and myself, and many other people as well. It's not just research, dude. It's what I can see myself. My own awareness is telling me that this reality is a trap for real
Yeah, because
consciousness.
there comes a
which
point
is
where you can't
fused
rely
with an
on
AI.
you
It is
can't rely on the
actually,
things of this world to tell you what this place is, because it will lie to you.
and you depend on Egyptian shit, which is just stories. It's not what you can see now. You rely on stuff that's in the past. In the past, 6,000 years ago.
How have
It's
we
old
gotten to where we are
stories.
now? And how have we gotten to the level of knowledge that we currently possess? A lot of it comes from the old ancient stuff, dude.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be where we are now with our current understandings if it wasn't for shit that went on in Egypt and people's understanding of it and transferring that little by little, piece by piece.
Yeah. It's like you take the gold nuggets out of everything, but it's mixed with lies because you
Sure.
cannot fully trust anything within this existence because we're living in a realm of deception. But you take the nuggets, which is correspondence with your awareness, which is telling you what this place is. It's a trap for real consciousness. And a parasite is feeding on our consciousness to sustain itself. Meaning without us, it'll die. I can observe this objectively. And I take the nuggets according to my research and I just combine it with what I already see and I can confirm.
Yeah, you have to realize that
So,
the knowledge we
this is
get
not-
from the past, it's filtered down through known liars and deceivers who run this world. That's just the cold hard facts. You can take stuff out of it that makes sense, but to believe fairy tales because a book said that, I mean that when your objective reality tells you a completely different story, that just doesn't make sense.
There are allegorical and philosophical truths that we can take from every religion that would make our living experience way better if we actually took the good stuff from them, which we don't.
That's true, but what if you found out that you're in a world that you don't
Yeah,
want to
but we
be in,
don't,
that's
because
completely
people-
evil, and that wants to fucking kill you and
People-
enslave you?
It's not up to the people. It's not up to the people. This reality, like I said, and I'm going to say it again,
Up to the
is being
people.
controlled by a non-human force. Fuck the people. It's not the people. It's the non-human intelligence.
If the people didn't matter, why would it even need us and put us through all this suffering?
Fuck the people. Fuck the people. It's not the people. It's the non-human
Maybe we should all
intelligence
just go past
that
the
is
Eiffel or
controlling
something,
the
man.
people.
You know, this would be a good idea, maybe.
What's his name?
Ship in and just start sailing
Yeah,
south from the German.
I think
And
he's saying
also,
that it's not the people's
What
fault
do
that
you?
the predicament they're in, because we're being controlled and mind fucked through senses that Keith talks about all the time that are not perceptible to us, and we have no defenses for.
Yes.
How is that the people's fault?
We absolutely have defenses.
Keith, you talk about this all the time, man.
We just have to identify the false beliefs and stop giving into the things that cause suffering, which come from our beliefs, our false beliefs, based in egotism, based in the ideas that someone else owes us something.
No, again,
standard
it
of
is not.
the false thoughts.
Dude, yeah, it is the design that's fucked up. That's what I'm saying. It's not the people that's gonna make it a better place or heavenly. We are in a hell that is designed this way.
Even if it is, we have potential to change it for the better.
Okay, well, here's what I say. That would mean I would have to bring
No, you're
children
not gonna
into
change
this
anything for
realm.
the better.
I would have to bring
Our mission
children
is
here so that I could make it better. I would never do that to somebody so that they can live a better life in the
Yeah.
future, which I know is impossible.
Do you
So
further
if you stop
perpetuate the
reproducing,
paradigm?
there wouldn't even need to be that.
Why
There wouldn't
create the
even need to be
need?
that.
There's no need for the need for anything to make better within a false existence, which is
Not
the cause of our suffering.
it's a viable strategy, you know. If you don't think you can have kids,
Fuck the Bible. Fuck the Bible.
What am I talking? I'm not even
Fuck
talking
the
about
Bible.
ignorance. Why are you
Fuck
so
the
ignorant,
Bible.
bro? Why are you so ignorant?
I'm not ignorant. You are the one that's ignorant.
All right, let's try to have a
Bible
civil
story.
conversation here. All right, let's let each other finish.
We're all at varying levels of knowledge and understanding, trying to understand something that they've made very impossible virtually to understand. So try and have a little compassion for the fact that everybody's at different places with their awareness of this stuff.
Totally, yeah. We're just shooting the shit. I mean, no hard feelings to set scales, man. I no hard
Yeah,
feelings.
I mean,
man.
we just
Oh,
talking.
no, it's
No hard
fine.
feelings.
You know, it's fine. I've been on worse panels. You guys are cool.
We're all frustrated
Yeah, I mean-
with the fact that we're all being fucked in ways
No, I
that
just-
we can't even explain.
We just
We
like
should be
expressing
allies with
ourselves.
each other, even if we believe different things or have come to know
Exactly.
different things.
Yes,
We're the
we're all
people that
we're
should
all
be
allies
fucking
here.
allies,
We're all
not
allies here.
enemies, and not
Yeah,
fighting.
all I'm saying is, all I want to do is just deprogram set scales that he's relying on things that's going to lead him off the path into
Well, if you wanna,
more destruction in the future.
You have to think
much
realistically.
and then try and refute my points I make there.
Okay, what's your points?
A whole lot. You know, I got a 5-hour video on it.
Okay, so, here's my point. Why does there need to be a need to exist here in the first place?
Because we are eternal beings going through existence, experiencing different forms of potential. And what we do here will basically determine if we will ascend or progress
Oh wait, this is
to other
Anunnaki.
realms of potential or not.
Sorry, I don't know.
Well, not already progressing in this reality, though,
It's
because
a
everything is
set scales
restricted.
Anunnaki.
Okay, but that doesn't explain the need for it though. Why does there need to be that in this
No, you don't
particular
need.
realm in general? In
Why
general,
do
this
you-
realm, why does it have to be in this realm?
Because this is just the way the potential has formed.
Did you have any control over it?
Not over that, but within my own
Who
body,
decided on the potential?
in the space that I occupy, I have total agency.
Okay,
Hey,
but
can I
are you
point
pissed
something out?
off that you had no control over being in a world like this? Something
Can I
else
point
had
something
the
out?
reins over your life?
Well, I'm pretty sure that my spiritual
Yeah, you should be more pissed. I don't think you're more pissed enough.
Can I point something out real quick? In the
You
chat.
don't sound pissed enough, Sexka.
Hello.
You want to
Hello?
be acceptable.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Keith.
In the
Sorry,
chat,
yeah.
there's an account. It's called Dreamy-WX3. That account was created today. It's likely, Steve, you should probably, I looked it up. I found it on YouTube. It was created August 9th. It was created today to join your live. So it's somebody that you don't want here because they had to create the account today to get into your live. So just yeah.
Dreamy, explain yourself. Who the
I've
hell
got
are
some-
you? Why did you create an account today?
I didn't.
No, not you, not you. They don't sound like Steven, so I think it's somebody else.
It's somebody who can't come in with their regular account, so they literally created an account to do it. Even if they play nice, I know that's some suspect shit, and I would boot that in a heartbeat. But that's just me.
Yeah. Explain yourself in the chat. Why did you create an account today? But
if you look at the Dreamy, if you take the @Dreamy-W3X and you look at it in the Google chat or the Google thing, I'm sorry, the YouTube thing, you'll find the account comes right up, and it was created today.
are you? Oh, you're Jesus Wears Gucci. I think I know that channel. Yeah, it's fine. It's not Steven. But yeah, I understand your vigilance.
Jesus Wears Gucci. What's that?
That's a different
Vigilant.
channel, I guess they comment under. I don't know why people have multiple accounts though. It's kind of weird. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the conversation.
I've just been on the receiving end of trolls so much.
Oh yeah, I totally understand, man. I totally
Spidey
get it.
senses spot that shit really quick.
I totally get it. But yeah, there's no real need to force a conscious sentient being into a world like this when they had no say over it. There's no need for that. There's none.
Your physical self doesn't have any say over it, but your spiritual self does. And it's basically just a way to experience the unlimited potential of being.
In the unlimited potential of being, this fucking shithole is the only place that we could have imagined.
No, there's many different places. This is just the one we're in because it's like a lower place of learning or a training ground so that spiritual beings can ascend to higher places.
Yeah, but you realize that most of the population are incapable of doing that because what this realm did to them.
There's only a limited amount of us who are going to get it, Joshua. That's the problem. We have to
Like, you have to
move
look
on.
around at your observable reality. Most people, because of this life, cannot do that.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. There's only a limited
They
edition
only live in
amount
their
of
own
us, and
bubble
that's fine.
realities.
You know, we're going to have to stay as a very strict, like, little society here, you know, like a Gnostic/Malthus society, and protect each other, you know, because it's
Yeah.
Only
Like I was saying,
because-
I was out earlier today observing the population, and no offense to them, but they are fucking retarded by design because of this realm. Okay? That's the cold hard fact. No one's growing from that experience.
You've literally been repeating that for like the past fucking 4 hours. It's look, the only solution realistically is
Humans for thousands of years lived valuable and meaningful lives before the civilization.
There never was and never will be.
What?
The only solution I see realistically, like the two pathways here, is you either go deep underground, find some fucking teleportation realm, or go past the ice wall and find some Yeti to help you, or fucking self-delete. That's the only way
Yeah.
where I'll be able to see progress here.
I actually mentioned that a long time ago in a video. I was like, man, if I'm going to die, I might as well just try to get beyond the ice wall if that exists and see what's out there.
That's what I'm trying to say for like the past 5 hours. Like, you know, I don't know. It's maybe all of us could just chip in on some
Ice wall. What is an Antarctica? Objective
If
rating
the
of
ice
the
wall is
continent
real,
Antarctica.
I want to, I want to die going to see if that's
You want-
real or not.
I mean, you never know. I mean, We could all organize
But
it, you know?
yeah,
Someone should hop on with some certain
if
people.
you are ready to go, Joshua, if you're ready to go, let me know. We can set up a Heaven's Gate.
No, I'm not ready to go right now, but you know, eventually I will be. I got
Well, as in, like,
responsibilities I have to take care of.
Okay, maybe in a couple of years.
Couple of years. Good luck on that, Bliss,
Couple
because
of
guess
years.
what? There's going to be more restrictions
You know.
coming in through soon, past 2027. So good luck on getting exiting items which will help you exit smoothly, because those are going to rise in prices or be restricted.
You know,
Plus, your money's going to be all digitalized.
Frito said,
dude,
Joshua,
I've been
wouldn't you say
distracted since I was born. What are you talking
wouldn't
about?
you say your character has evolved during your time in this shit show? I mean, I
This
wouldn't say
body has
evolved.
restricted
I
me.
would say I've had to deprogram and unindoctrinate myself and heal myself from the trauma that was imposed upon me. I mean, Keith talks about this all the time. It's not. I'm not evolving. I'm just trying to get back to base level.
0 point.
Yeah, it's 0
Yes, I
point.
know.
Like you're not evolving. You're just undoing the damage that was done to you.
Well, what is evolving? As I just define it as the energy of love coming together. Energy, love,
What the
spelled
fuck does that mean? Energy of love. What is this energy of love? What are you talking about?
is that we're learning to respect ourselves and the world around us. And
No man, that's bullshit. That's
It's just a difference
that's
between
loophole
attending and
bullshit.
you when a transaction. That's exactly what respect
You're
is.
just gonna attract flies. If you're being nice, you're just gonna attract flies. Listen, you don't even know who you are. You're surrounded by NPCs that wants to take your energy. And you want to play being nice. No, this not time to play nice guy in this world. Filled with demonic entities, which you don't know.
I don't deny that most people are incapable of attaining this level of respect. But if more people did, then there would be more people in this state than less people, and that would automatically make the world better.
That's true. That is true.
What will make the
But
world
it's not
better
going to
is
happen.
people stop breeding.
It's not going to happen.
Even if it's just
people must stop having kids.
Okay, that's a reasonable solution, and I understand that. But eventually, people are always going to have kids. But we need to find a way to let these kids find themselves.
Yeah, the NPCs.
Who they actually
Man, dude, stop trying to fucking save the zombies. You are clearly fucking.
I actually disagree. I disagree with what Scale said that people always have kids. Yeah, the NPCs will always breed. But like I said, we can see, but at least I can see in the world now, reality now, not from books. What I see is that society is collapsing. And for the only way for people to stop having sex and bring babies into this hellish existence is for the economies of the world to fail, because they can't afford. They can't think of, putting a child through school. It's just because it's too expensive. So it's a necessary evil that the economy is failing, orchestrated, so that people, the deceived ones, should stop breeding. You get what I'm saying? So that the consciousness can be delivered out of this.
I actually
this
disagree with
parasite,
that, because
this
this is being
parasitic
done.
reality.
This is being done on purpose by design.
I mean,
so
that's what I see.
the intelligent people will stop having kids. That means the unintelligent people will continue breeding like they always do. Like if you go to a third world country, like they live in total shit and misery, and I feel so bad for them. Yet they're still bringing children into that. It doesn't stop breeding. It's a natural thing that the
but
NPC
hold
will
on.
do.
Yeah, but I agree. But remember that experiment that they did in the 70s. Just an example of that the population went up, and then the absurdity of life and everything increased, and knowledge increased, awareness, which opens your eyes and see this life is dumb, and awareness is spreading, even among so-called normies, which could be real beings but just deceived, and they don't date anymore. They stop breeding, and society is going to collapse. People are still going to stop breeding in the future. Or the only thing that I don't know is when. But this reality, the human world is going to die out, I believe. Okay, this is not wishful thinking, but this is what I'm seeing. That the economies of the world is failing, and people is going to eventually stop breeding. Even if the NPCs keeps on breeding, but the aware one's going to stop, because the reality is feeding on the consciousness of the real beings, not the NPCs.
I just personally don't agree with that, because the control structure of this world that runs this whole operation down here, they are doing the economy failure by design for the reset to happen, and for, maybe, like I said, intelligent people will realize, oh, I don't want to bring my kids into such a a world like this, but because of the biological meat suit robot and its natural desires to reproduce, it's going to infest the minds of the other humans who aren't aware of these things, and they're going to hump like monkeys like they always do, and they're going to continue to bring children into a shitty environment and then raise them with all of their personal defects and traumas, and they're going to infect that child with that, and then they're going to infect their children with that, and it's going to be a never-ending cycle. It's madness.
Unless
but the thing is, they want, but with what food? They're not going to eat. They're not going to eat because the economies are crashing. The world is going to crash. Even if they breed, the kids won't be able to eat, and they're going to die. This is just hypothetically speaking, right?
Yeah. No matter what,
this is just hypothetically speaking. Even if they breed,
through that,
the kids gonna. If the economies is failing, we can see it. And if the economies is failing and people keeps on breeding, the kids not going to eat, and they're going to die from starvation.
There's always going to be a backup plan for them to keep staying running and feeding. So they always have.
Heath is exposing the future right now. It's called Idiocracy.
With just playing it as people are talking of just switching video or pictures.
I mean, that's the future right there. Idiocracy is literally happening right now.
That's the present. But it's possible for a generation
think about this, because
to break the cycle of ignorance that their parents programmed them into. And I think one of the ways to do that is to study the ancient wisdom and learn it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not knocking ancient wisdom. There's a lot of wisdom in it.
They recycle. I don't think they recycle souls in astral. I think they do it within a reality through reproduction.
Yeah, I'm just saying, fuck all this, fuck this realm, fuck its excuses, fuck its justifications, fuck its defenses. This shit is evil. I refuse it. I don't want to be a part of it. What is so wrong with that? Just let me go. You see, like that's where I'm coming from. And if it, and you find out,
how are we gonna
it
get?
forces you to participate, even if you don't want to.
We're gonna get
that is evil.
Untrapped.
That is wrong. To force a being to go through a life of living hell,
we can see,
and they have no means to escape it.
We escape it upon.
But we have to see, come to a means into getting that consciousness untrapped. And how are we gonna get real conscious untrapped?
Well, how are we gonna escape this?
People must. The breeding program must collapse. Via the economy failing.
The only way that we're spiritually going to evolve like this is
going to be 99% impossible for you to awaken all of them. Please, dude. It's not going to be possible because they're programmed to do what they're going to do. It's like showering the fucking windmills, mate. It's not going to work.
I tend to agree with him.
People, they will continue to breed. They will continue to breed
But let them
They will
breed,
continue
then
to breed, but the
we
kids
will half
will
life, then
will
after
starve.
Fucks.
No, but the aware ones won't continue to breed because the aware ones has the ability to expand their awareness and to question this reality and not to bring their kids into this reality.
But
The
if we still
NPCs will
expand it,
still
which
breed,
we are, it's
but the
not going to make any
NPCs,
difference because they're going to be puppeted to do what they're going to do. There's only a limited
we
amount
must
of
not,
us.
yeah, we must
So they're
not
going to
forget that it's a controlled opposition. That most people are NPCs. Well, yeah, theoretically speaking, I mean,
Okay, so what
that
makes
must be
someone,
because
an NPC? Is it that they're just this AI program who has no spirit? So then what are we?
It's an extremely low level of consciousness where you can't think outside of the box. It's an exercise to try to think outside of the box. And all that you know and believe is confined within that box. And that's the NPC. Just really low level of consciousness, low level of awareness.
So they have.
I heard someone suggest that there are humans that are engineered in such a way that they need that. They want that. They want to obey. They want to be obedient. They want to be led. And that's something built into them at a genetic level. It's a theory. I don't know that it's true, but you'll never get through to those people. Those would be the NPCs, in my opinion.
I tend to agree with Keith. They have low level of consciousness. They don't have the ability to form any questions.
They never
Question
will.
their own
Never have
reality.
and never will, but there's
They go
no
according to the program.
Think of how many people
They've
that
never ever questioned anything.
think of the
since
people that
birth.
are out there that say that
Here's
they
the
don't have
thing,
an
guys.
inner
We're all
dialogue.
running around in circles, right? Just yapping, but you know, the only realistic physical solutions are Heaven's Gate, and or go past the ice wall and freeze it and freeze to death and see what happens. I don't know, because at this point,
Those aren't solutions, though, and then you say that we're just yapping.
we are limited amounts. That's it. It's finale. We are fucking in a
The only solution, the only solution what I can see
crazy elites
to get consciousness untrapped is for the economy to crash.
Other
The economies must crash.
Can't make 2+ billion fucking slaves crash. It's not gonna happen. It's a dream, dude. You're fantasizing about
It's gonna crash.
It is
The
by
world
design.
is crashing right in front of our eyes. It is crashing. Whether they're gonna whether they're gonna do a reset on us or not, we don't know. But we can see.
Fucking AI food and all
Hey,
that stuff.
everybody, I'm gonna have to go soon, so I'll give you each of you one a chance to say whatever you want to say. I'll go with Keith. You go first.
I'm kind of drained. I've just been sitting back amusing myself with stupid things over the last 30 minutes.
That's fine. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine.
Well, just nothing really to add. How do you convince people that are already convinced that there's any purpose to this? I'm not sure there's a purpose to this. I can't argue with a lot of the points that are being made, even though they're contrary to what I have seen, because there's a way I can look at it where what they're saying actually has some truth. So we all know we're being fucked, and I think the journey inward is going to be one of the only solutions to any of us finding a way out. And people don't want to hear that because they don't know what to do. And that journey is kind of boring, and there's not big boobs bouncing around out there. You know, none of that stuff. It's all boring, stale, spiritual, mind, consciousness work that may be the final frontier for us before we evolve into something more. Who knows? I just speculate. I don't know. If they gave me the answers, I guarantee you the internet would be the first place I'd go with them. Because you know why? Because nobody would believe me anyway. Anyway, that's all I got.
Yeah. All right, cool. I appreciate you. All right, set scales. Go ahead.
It was cool talking. I appreciate the panels and the purpose of our lives and existence is what we ascribe to our lives and existence. So we make our own meaning and purpose and determine our own value. And right now we live in an age, and have been for a long time, where we willingly, as a collective, give our value over to a system that's called civilization. that determines our value for us on ledgers, which basically equates us to symbols on a piece of paper that they made up. So that's all I want to say. We're talking.
Cool. Thanks for coming on and chatting with us. All right. Endless Dimension, go ahead.
Well, guys, I mean, especially people in the chat, yeah, listen, look. How I see it is that, you know, the future is obviously very grim and that, you know, we're never going to grow in this place and that we're just going to keep getting restricted and just get into absolute mind fucks. The only solutions I see are, yeah, either self-delete or fucking go deep underground to find an Earth, find some other realm, or go past the ice wall and fucking see what happens. That's all I'm going to say. So, yeah, thanks.
Cool. Thank you. Bliss, go ahead.
Praise Jesus. No, I'm kidding.
Perfect.
No, I don't have anything else to say. That's it. Okay, thanks
Well,
for
hey,
listening.
you know, yeah, even if we may disagree
Thanks for everybody.
or
Thanks,
agree,
Keith.
whatever, thanks for coming
We're
on.
gonna
And
exit, or we shall face a slow, painful death, and these NPCs shall continue to breathe years and years after our life. That's what JC
Remember-
Taylor said.
There's one last thing I want to say.
That's the reality.
Okay, I do have something to say.
oh,
Even-
okay.
I do have
Let's
this
let
one.
Keith go
I do
first.
have
Keith, go
something to
first.
say.
Keith, go first.
Even if we differ in our approach
Okay.
or our knowledge level or what we suspect, we got to really remember that we're allies and not enemies.
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah, we are.
Right
I
on.
agree with you. No peace, man. No hard feelings towards anyone here. No hard feelings. I just like expressing myself. And I just want to say, to end it with this, that I don't think that this force, which is, you know, keeping us trapped within this existence currently, has any power over us in the so-called afterlife. You know what I mean? Just don't reproduce. I mean, and yeah, play it safe. Upon leaving your flesh meat suit, seek to experience consciousness upon bodily death. Just play safe and stand your ground and do whatever. Follow your intuition.
But yeah, just one more thing, guys. You know, in terms of the future, yeah, as I said, it's not going to look pretty. So, you know, people have to fucking plan ahead of time and just see what's best for them, because you do not want to be staying in the realm of digital surveillance and drones flying over your ass, and you get fucking, you know, living in the worst restricted realm after 2027. So just
Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy, but it's all true. I mean, this life is just
it's
getting
just
worse and
reality.
worse.
It
And you
will,
can
it will.
see, yeah, you can see the fucking control grid grasping at your throat every single fucking day, like intruding and invading your privacy and like getting more and more into your own personal life. I mean, they're already watching us, they're already listening to us. We're already fucking controlled and enslaved. You know, they're just allowing us to think, oh, it's a progression up towards it. No, we're already enslaved. They already got us by the balls.
Because what I'm worrying about is that, you know, it will be harder to have a peaceful exit because maybe the entities are going to say, well, there's woke people like us which want to exit, so they're maybe going to restrict, you know, these peaceful exit methods and make it banned or fucking, I don't know, just maybe. it's
Yeah.
I just see it as I just see things getting more and more tight, and you know, just things getting more and more tense, and they're at least just stepping up with their surveillance and just, you know, really controlling you more, you know, in the future. So yeah, it'll be really
Yeah, I mean,
dangerous to stay in
people
this
may
world.
want to call you crazy, but you're not. Like it's all true. It is very true. But the thing is, I don't want to fear monger to people and like make them do things they
It's
wouldn't
not about
want to
fear
do. Or like,
mongering. It's just about keeping it realistic about what the external problems will give us. It's not about fear. It's about keeping it realistic. There's clearly some beasts in the field which are going to keep chasing us. We have to deal with the fucking problem. So we have to talk about the problem and give a realistic solution to that problem. How we're going to deal with that problem. So that's why I'm talking about this shit. You know. So.
Yeah. No, I meant like fear monger. Like, hey, you have like push someone to like self delete or something. You know, like that's
I
a
mean, look, it's
personal
down to each
thing.
individual to self-delete, but
Yeah,
you
that's a
know,
personal thing. I don't want to have any
of course, of
influence
course,
over
of
that. You
course,
know.
of course, of course, of course. It's just a case of, you know, you can keep waiting around, but eventually, you know, these elites are gonna step up with more fucking programs and restrictions and lockdowns, and it will be harder to have a peaceful exit, you know, or
Yeah.
live in a sort of okay, bearable world past 2027 or whenever, you know, they want to impose more restrictions. So yeah, this is. I've been researching deeply about this shit about their agendas, and you know, I'm just worried, man, about what the future entails. Because fuck, it'll get worse
It's
and worse.
not pretty. We're in an evil fucking world, man. What do you expect? You know, that's shit. All right, guys, I gotta go. But thanks for coming on. Thanks, chat. Everyone in the chat.
Take care, guys.
Hopefully-
Take care.
Yeah, take care in a hell that you didn't want to be in, but you have to be in.
Take care, guys.
Take
Right.
care in hell, everybody.
All right. Yeah. We'll chat again soon.
Talk to that.
All right. Enjoy your stay in hell.